Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The first leg of our today's program is a CPE program, a Continuous Professional Education Committees program. And it is with great pleasure that I now invite on stage CA and Dr. Rajkumar S. Adukia, Chairman of CPE Committee, to address our audience. I request Adukia sir to kindly come on stage. To all the dignitaries standing in the front, I please request you to take your seats.
एक सेकंड सर, आपका वो है ना सर, वो तो नहीं बराबर है, जस्ट 2 मिनट पहले मैं बात करूँगा, बाद में अदुकिया जी के पहले I just invite अदुकिया जी. I just invited him. You want to do it again? Yeah. No, I would invite you. You can call me. I just come and say. Yeah, वहीं से बात करूँगा. हाँ. Once again. Yeah. Okay, sir.
Before Adukia ji addresses us all, I would be requesting C.H. Chandrasekhar V. Chitle sir to also say a few words.
Girish Ahuja ji, may I request you to please join the dais? Raj bhai, please. Please welcome Girish Ahuja ji, CA Dr. Girish Ahuja. Good afternoon, friends. As you are aware that there are more than 6 days since the presentation of the Union Budget and the Finance Bill. I am sure that each chartered accountant must have read the Finance Bill. But then, when we listen to some dignitaries, we find new meaning in the terms which are proposed, in the provisions which are proposed. And CA Dr. Girish Ahuja ji is one such wonderful personality who always unfolds various facets of this Finance Bill. Economics look from their perspective that, okay, the deficit is contained, no much freebies are offered. So this is ticked by economists as a better budget. For us, chartered accountants, most of us are practicing in direct taxes. So let us try to understand these provisions from none other than CA Dr. Girish Ahuja. Please welcome him with big round of applause.
And with that, with great pleasure, I would now be once again inviting CA Dr. Rajkumar S. Adukia sir, Chairman of the CPE Committee, to please address our audience.
Good afternoon, friends, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. You know, when we become chartered accountant, C stands for continuous learning. And in the month of February, we start with our economic survey, 31st of January, and then we have a finance bill on 1st February. We are very lucky that we have Dr. Girish Ahuja ji with us. I consider him amalgam of all 7 rishis. You know what the finance bill says, you know, Sapt Rishi. I made an acronym to remember the 7 major economic sector which are touched. Indian Law Institute, postgraduate and yearly fee. So I is inclusive development. Then L is for last mile. Third alphabet is infrastructure and investment. P is for potential, G is for green growth, and yearly fee, Y is for youth power, and F is financial sector. So we as a chartered accountant should become CBA, Complete Business Advisor, and to understand in between the lines, we will hear Dr. Girish Ahuja ji, and I welcome each one of you to this 73rd annual function. Thank you.
Now we will begin with our CPE program on Union Budget 2023 by none other than CA Dr. Girish Ahuja. Can we have a great round of applause, please? He is a practicing chartered accountant in the field of direct taxes and is an author of over 25 books on direct taxation, both for students and professionals. Also, he has delivered more than 38 lectures on various topics of direct tax. He was nominated by the Government of India as a member of the task force for redrafting the Income Tax Act and the new income tax law. Once again, a great round of applause for CA and Dr. Girish Ahuja, sir.
Chairman of the CP Committee, C.A. Rajkumar Adhukia ji, Chairman of the Directors Committee, Shri Chandrasekhar Chetli ji, sitting in front of me, the past President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C.A. Atul Gupta ji, Council Member, of course, Central Council Member, C.A. Raj Chawla ji, the other degrees sitting with me, and one name I will take, Mr. Rao, also is sitting with us, ladies and gentlemen. Well, friend, regarding the budget, lot of things were expected because it was supposed to be the last full budget of the government. Okay, next time this will not be a full budget. It will be vote of an account, and then there are the elections, and after the elections, the full budget will come. But they have not taken any chance. They have not given any concession of any nature to attract the taxpayers that this is the last full budget. It is not a full budget, tell you. This is not a budget which is giving you some incentives or something. The basic point which I was always worried, and we had a long discussion, and that was they had intention of discontinuing the old regime of tax paying. Old regime. They had almost decided that the old regime will discontinue. Some or other, they have continued with the old scheme, but absolutely no benefit have been given to the person who will opt for old regime. That is the major point. They are going to shift to the new scheme thinking that this is simplifying the taxation, of course. What about charitable trust? Are you simplifying it? What about section 9B 45(4) which you have introduced? Did it simplify Income Tax Act? Or what about the other sections which are there? And even today, this time also. So it is not a case of simplification. They wanted to do away with all the exemption deductions which are there so that you may not take the benefit of that. I'll come to that. I'll come to that. What is going to be happen? Now, first thing which I'm going to talk to you is a mistake committed by me about 3 years back, and I am repenting for that mistake, and I'm not going to tell them again what kind of a thing was there. Try to listen to this thing, and you are getting this day in, day out. The changes are being made for people who are above a certain level. I told them we were redrafting the law. He said we are plugging all loopholes, this thing or that thing. Unfortunately, something came out of my mind. I said, look here, you have a section which says employer's contribution to recognized provident fund is exempt up to 12% of salary. This we have from 1961 onwards. Employer contribution to recognized provident fund exempt up to 12%. He said, let me tell you one thing. There is a CFO of the company. There is a CEO of the company. Particularly that company, when I was the director, he was getting about 3 crore rupees as salary. That person has told his employer, please contribute 12% of my salary to my recognized provident fund. The cost to the employer, they know how to contribute 12% of my salary to the recognized provident fund. How much will be contributed every year? 36 lakh. Entire amount exempt in his hand. He doesn't need the money at this point. Whatever the interest is being credited every year, that is also going to be exempt. And finally, when he receives back the money, it will be fully exempt. That was the concept which used. He said, how can this be possible? I said, this is happening from 1961 onwards. That they are contributing, employers, and no tax is being paid by the employee on account of the contribution by the employer, and thereafter the interest which has been accumulated to the employer, and crores of rupees he will take away at the time of retirement and without paying a single penny tax. Tab decide hua, ye to galat ho gaya. What should we do? I said, no, if at all you want to do it, make it 12% of salary or 12 lakh rupees, whichever is less. 12 lakh is 1 crore, 12% will be 12 lakh per year. Oh, it is very high. I said, if it is high, earlier it was 36 lakh, 48 lakhs, that was not high. They said, no, this is not possible for what? 12 lakh. We'll do it to 9, I said, then do it 9 lakh. That too was not agreed. If you remember, the amendment came was, employer's contribution to recognized provident fund shall be exempt to the extent of 12% of employee salary or rupees 7,50,000, whichever is less. This was 7,50,000, beyond 7,50,000 if the employer contributes, the entire amount was included in the meaning of the salary for the purpose of tax. Coming to now, next clue they got it. You know, employees were contributing to recognized provident fund. Even I was also contributing to recognized provident fund. I used to say, I will put all my salary to recognized provident fund. Just I'll take an example. Suppose 10 lakh is contributed to the recognized provident fund. Salary bahut thi, lekin 10 lakh batata hu. If it is 10 lakh contributed to recognized provident fund, we are not concerned with that 1,50,000 ATC. I'm not concerned with that. But the interest credited to the recognized provident fund on my contribution will become exempt. Because if I put it in FD, I'll get the taxable income. Here I will get the full exemption of interest, and when finally I receive the money, it is totally exempt in my hand. They got it. Remember 2 years back, they said, employees' contribution to recognized provident fund, interest on employee contribution to recognized provident fund will be exempt to the extent of 2,50,000. And if you contribute more than 2,50,000, the amount contribution exceeding 2,50,000 shall be subject to tax. The interest on that shall be subject to tax. Third change, they brought it last year. People were contributing to unit-linked insurance policies. Unit-linked insurance policy. The purpose of contributing was not the insurance. The purpose of contributing was an investment. Suppose I contribute to unit-linked insurance policy, I get the bonus also there, and when I get back the money, it will be totally exempt. So remember last time they said, contribution by the assessee to the unit-linked insurance policy shall be exempt under section 10T only when the contribution of the policy does not exceed rupees 2,50,000 in any of the previous year during the tenure of the policy. 2,50,000 के ऊपर प्रीमियम देंगे तो हम उसकी money will you get it at 1010D, full amount will be taxable. And if there is more than one policy, up to 2,50,000 policies, we will give you exemption. After that, we'll take you to taxable. But where it was taxable, 45(1)(b) was introduced, saying that it will be taxable under the head capital gain, and then they brought in 112A, saying that it will be taxable at a special rate of 10%. Now try to understand what has been done. This year, now life insurance policy, other than unit-linked insurance policy. People are going for life insurance, not for only insurance of their life, but for investment in the year. You go for a life insurance policy of 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crore. I know the limit is 10% of the sum assured. But when you contribute 2 crore, 3 crore, the intention is to make an investment. So whenever they get back, the entire bonus, or you call as interest, will be completely exempt in the hands of the recipient under Section 10, Clause 10D, and that's why it is a tax-free investment. Are you getting right? It is a tax-free investment made by him to the life insurance. Now they said, now suddenly, now this year. What is this? If you take a life insurance policy and the amount of premium paid of the life insurance policy during in a previous year, any time during the tenure of the life policy exceeds rupees 5 lakh per year. If exceeds any time, the entire amount which you receive back at the time of its maturity shall become taxable under the head income from other sources. And when you take that amount, you can deduct the premium paid on which you have not claimed deduction. Are you noticing what is happening? Now, the entire bonus part which you have received is going to be taxed under the head other sources. Meaning thereby, you can't take a policy of more than 50 lakh now. So if you take a policy of more than 50 lakh, let's say 60 lakh, and 10% of the sum assured is 6 lakh, they say the money when you get back will become taxable. How much? Amount received on maturity minus the premium paid on which you have not claimed deduction. Please take tax at the time of other sources and at the rate of slab rate may be 30% of that. Are you noticing that? And then say if you have more than one policy. So policies up to 5 lakh. But whatever policy is taken for premium more than 5 lakh, paid any time during the previous year, they will become taxable when you receive back the money. So please note, this is applicable for policies issued on or after 1/4/2023. All policies which were introduced or before this date, there is no change. Absolutely no change if the policy has been taken. Even you can take a policy today also up to 31st March 2023. This provision will not be applicable. But any policy which is issued on or after 1st April 2023, kindly note, if it is one policy, the premium should not exceed 5 lakh. In any part during the tenure, any previous year. And if it is more than one policy, suppose I take one policy of 2 lakh, no problem. Another policy of 2 lakh, no problem. Third policy of 1 lakh, still no problem. Another policy of 3 lakh, wait. 3 policies up to 5 lakh. It will come under 1010D, you can claim exemption. But the fourth policy, because now premium paid is more than 5 lakh, or the fourth policy, whenever you get back the money, it will be fully taxable after claiming the amount you have paid as contribution. Clear, sir? This is the new thing which has been inserted, and you have to be very careful. Do not pay more than 5 lakh in a premium in any of the previous year, if it is one policy or taken together aggregate. Otherwise, the amount which you receive back at the time of maturity will become taxable. However, one good thing is there, and that was already there also. However, if the amount is received by the nominee after the death of that person, shall still remain exempt under 10 clause 10D. So, whole life policy, if you take, absolutely no problem, whatever the amount of premium you paid. But if it is not a whole life policy, if you have to receive the money during during your lifetime, kindly note, if you have paid premium more than 5 lakh on a policy issued on or after 1st April 2023, the entire amount will become taxable under Section 56(2) Clause 30. Be careful about that. Coming to the next point. Small point, but you must know, because we are chartered accountants, we must know everything. You know, Modi ji started Agnipath scheme. Agnipath. Agniveers are being employed in the army. They are going to be employed at this moment for a period of 4 years. Everyone knows. There is no contribution to the recognized provident fund in this case. There is also no contribution to pension scheme in this case. A new concept is introduced, Agniveer Corpus Fund. There is a now corpus fund created. which name is Agniveer Corpus Fund. In this corpus fund, employee will contribute certain amount, and employer, being the central government, they will also contribute to this Agniveer Corpus Fund. Correct? Now, whatever the employer has contributed to the Agniveer Corpus Fund, please note, it will be added to the meaning of salary. It will be part of your salary under section 17(1). Whatever employer has contributed, like pension scheme also, it is part of salary. But in pension scheme, you are getting deduction under 80CCD subsection 2. Here, a new section has been inserted. Section 80CCH, saying that employee's contribution to whatever amount is contributed by the employee to the Agniveer pension scheme fund shall be fully allowed as deduction. There is no limit of 1,50,000 here. 1,50,000 limit is under 80C, 80CCC, 80CCD or 80CCE. There is no limit of 1,50,000. Whatever amount the Agniveer has contributed will be eligible for deduction every year. Employer contribution to Agniveer, which has already been included in the meaning of salary, shall also be allowed as deduction under the from 80CCH. Now, after that, whenever Agniveer receives the money on maturity, or unfortunately, if he does not, if he dies, that is legally receiving the money or nominally receives the money, it will be fully exempt under section 10, clause 12C. Fully exempt under 10, clause 12C. Now you have to be now very careful to understand one point. It is a very technical point. Few months back, a judgment came of CIT versus Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. There was another judgment also, New Noble Education Society, CIT. I'm not talking about New Noble Society, I'm talking about Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. You know, the meaning of charitable purpose is given in section 2, clause 15. Section 2, clause 15 says charitable purpose include relief to the poor, number 1. Number 2, it really includes education. Number 3, it includes yoga. Number 4, it includes medical relief. Number 5, it includes a preservation of environment, including watershed, water life, forest. And 6, it includes preservation of monument or other places. And the last is, 7th limb, advancement of any other object of general public utility. सबको मालूम है. नीचे दो proviso दिए हुए. Provided that advancement of any other object of general public limited shall not be called a charitable purpose if it involves an activity of carrying on any trade, commerce or business, or rendering the service to any trade, commerce or business, whether for any consideration or fee, etc., etc. But there is a second proviso. Provided further that even if you are involved in rendering trade, service or carrying on business or commerce, it will be still called a charitable purpose if the receipt from these activity do not exceed 20% of the gross receipt. Up to 20% you are allowed. Now the question is, Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority is making money. They are in the business of selling land. They are making money. The judgment was that if these are Ahmedabad Development Authority, it is covered under advancement of any other object of general public utility. And if it is there, they have to do commercial activity, that should be only related to that. Now, point is, they are only making money. They are only making profit. What to do? They said you will be allowed only little markup, cost plus markup. Cost plus markup, how will they work? How will they survive? After all, they are for the purpose of public. So now, please note, the government has come to their rescue. The CBDT has come to their rescue by inserting a new section, section 10, clause 46A. Try to understand this. I will compare it to section 1046 also. Section 10, clause 46 is already there, that specified income of any body or any board or any authority or any trust or any commission shall be exempt if it is established by central or state government and if it is notified by them, but only specified income and it is written, it should not be carrying on any commercial activity. Like Prayagraj, you know, during Prayagraj Kumbh Mela, authority was constituted. Prayagraj authority constituted. So many times these authorities are constituted, but they are not supposed to do commercial activity, otherwise their income is exempt. This time they have come. Please try to understand what is the any income. When I say any income, even the business income will also be there. Any income of any body or an authority or any board or any trust or any commission established by central government or state government for the following purposes, I'll give you the purposes later, shall be fully exempt if it is notified by the government. Agar aap notification kara lenge, you make an application and you get it notified, we will give you full exemption of any income, whether it is commercial income or any other income, but it should be, the authority should be for the following purposes. And those 4 purposes are there. Number 1, dealing and satisfying the need of housing accommodation. Dealing and satisfying the need of housing accommodation, first kind of authority or board. Second, planning, development or improvement of any city, town or villages. This can also be an authority for planning, developing an improvement of any city, town or villages. 3, regulating and developing any activity for the benefit of general public. Any kind of activity for the benefit of general public. And then the last is regulating any matter relating to the benefit of general public. If you are an authority consisting of this, apply, get notified, then earn income, we are going to give you full exemption under section 10, clause 46A. So now all these, the Noida Development Authority, Urban Development Authority, PUDA, HUDA, all the authority will apply for 1046A so that they may not be put to any harassment of doing business more than 20%. They will come under 1046A, their total income will be exempt. Clear, sir? I'm coming to the next one. Charitable trust, I'll take it a little later. Last year, we already have a section called Section 28 IV. And we had introduced, due to that, but that the scope was expanded, Section 194 for deduction of tax at source relating to the value of benefit or perquisite provided to the possessee in the course of carrying on a business or exercise of profession. They started with something else, but that resulted into something else. They started with that there is a section 828 clause IV which says the value of any benefit or perquisite arising from the business or exercise of a profession, whether that benefit of a perquisite is convertible into money or not, shall be taxable under the head profit or gain from business and profession. It was written value of benefit or perquisite, whether convertible into money or not. There have been too many judgments that 28(4) is only covered when that benefit or perquisite is given in kind. Not in cash, it is given in kind. There had been so many judgments. But they crossed the limit when they came to section 194R. They said that the benefit may be given in kind, or may be given in cash, or may be given partly in cash, or partly in cash, They all will be covered, and you will have to ensure that if it is given partly in kind and partly in cash, and the cash is not sufficient to meet the liability of TDS, then you should ensure that tax has been paid on that. That was 194R, most complicated type of a section introduced, and the industry is really finding it very difficult to continue with that. But wait a minute, they had a doubt in their mind that it may involve litigation because there are so many judgments given in the past that it is only in kind under 28(4), it is cash is not covered. Now what have they done? 28 IV has been substituted by the another 28 IV, saying that value of benefit or perquisite received by a person arising from his business or exercise of profession, whether, please note the word, what is the change? Whether convertible into money or not, one, or whether received in kind or in cash, or partly in kind or partly in cash, shall become taxable under the head profit or gain from business or profession. Now they have introduced, please note, we are not saying now judgment may be there for kind. Now we are saying whether in kind or in cash or partly in kind or partly in cash, all are covered. Earlier they had brought it under 192R. Now under 194R. Now under 194R, they have inserted thing as an explanation. The explanation has been put there. So now it is, you will be sure that please note all kinds of value of benefit or perquisite, whether in cash or kind, doesn't make any difference, will become taxable under business, but that has a bigger scope, 194R, and you will have to deduct the TDS. Now you cannot say that there are only in kind, but is not in cash, should not be there. Clear, sir? This is 28 IV, read with, of course, 194R. Coming to the next point, 35D. You know, preliminary expenses, everybody knows is allowed. Preliminary expenses are incurred before the commencement of the business if it is for a new business, or after the commencement of the business if it is for a new project or new. Now in this case, when you're doing preliminary expenses, you know that it is allowed in 5 equal installments. Everyone knows. Accountancy allowed in 1 installment, in income tax it allows in 5 equal installments. But there is a clause that if you are incur any expenses or project report, feasibility report, market survey, engineering survey, or anything of this nature, the expense will be allowed as deduction only when that expenditure has been incurred either by you yourself, survey has been done by you, market or project report, or by an authority which is approved by the approved authority. You cannot get it done from others. This time they have given relaxation. You do not need of approved authority word. Please furnish a statement of the expenditure incurred of this nature on or before the due date of return, on or before the specified date, and we will give you deduction so that you may not have to run always to the approved body or entity for doing this kind of a work. Coming now. Sir, Micro and Small Enterprise Development Act 2006 we already have. And it is being followed, not in letter and spirit. The law of the land is today, if I buy goods or take services from micro or small enterprise, if I take goods or service from micro or small enterprise, I am duty bound to make the payment of that goods or services within 15 days of the bill if there is no agreement. If there is absolutely no agreement, payment has to be made within 15 days. And if there is an agreement, the maximum period can be 45 days. After 45 days, you cannot make. Even if you want to enter into agreement for 95 days, 90 to 200 days, nothing doing. Maximum 45 if there is an agreement. And if there is no agreement, you have to make payment within 15 days. And if you don't make the payment within this requisite time, you are liable to pay interest on that. And the interest which you have paid is not eligible for deduction under income tax. Income tax does not allow you deduction of the interest which you have paid to the micro and small enterprise for delayed payment. This is already there. Now, new concept, section 43B. Let me tell you, 43B has 2 parts. People are mistaken with the 43B says if there is amount payable and if it is paid on or before the due date under 139(1), it will be allowed on due basis, other it will be allowed on payment basis. This is not 43B. 43B says, notwithstanding anything contained, any provisions of the Act, if the following expenses which have been claimed as deduction will be allowed only in the previous year in which are due, which in the previous year in which they are paid. They are allowed only in the previous year which they are paid, not allowed on due basis. Not allowed on due basis. However, there is a proviso. Proviso said, provided that nothing will be applicable, nothing with 43 will not be applicable if the payment of the same is made on or before the due date mentioned under 139(1). That is the proviso which is take care of that you can claim it on due basis. Otherwise, 43B says you will be allowed only in the year in which it is paid. Please note now, they have inserted clause H to 43B, but same has not been inserted in the proviso. So thereby, meaning thereby, which I am going to talk to you, will only be allowed when it is actually paid. The question of payment before due date does not arise. Now, what is the language used? Please be careful about the language also. Very important language. Any sum payable by an SSC to any micro or small enterprise beyond the time limit given under section 15 of the small micro and small medium enterprise Act, Development Act 2006 shall be allowed as deduction only in the previous year in which it is actually paid. I said sum payable. It should be payable on 31st March when you are closing your. There is a sum payable. We will ask a question at that time. Is the due date over? Is the due date over and it is still payable? Allowed only when it is actually paid. For example, I might have supplied goods in January. The payment should have been made 15 days or 45 days at the most. You should have done it. And if it has not been done, I will allow this deduction only in the previous year in which it is actually paid. There can be a second case that you have submitted the bill, services will be rendered only on 31st March. The due date is not yet over. The due date will be over either on 15th April or 45 days maximum, maybe 15th May. So if the payment is made of this item, although it is payable, but if the payment is made within 15 days from there or 45 days, we will allow you on due basis. Even if it is due on 31st March. But if the payment is made after 15 days or 45 days as the case may be, then this deduction of the expense will be allowed only in the previous year in which it actually paid. Now the lot of work for the chartered accountants. 3 CD may, you will have to mention, you will have to check up whether the payment has been made within the due time, as the case may be 45 days or 15 days. And please, it is the duty of the buyer. It is the duty of the buyer to communicate to the seller, please let us know whether you are a micro or small enterprise or not. When we sit in the audit committee, first thing we ask is, have you communicated to them and have they responded? If you have not communicated, you will be held responsible. You communicate. If they reply, they will give you the certificate. If they don't reply, kindly give more letter that you had issued a letter to inform us that whether you are covered under that, and you have not replied, we presume you are not covered under micro and small enterprise. Then there is absolutely no problem. Otherwise, it is our duty from whom we are buying to find out from them, are you covered under micro or small? Or these days people have started giving the registration number on the bill itself also. There, even chartered accountant can get them registered under micro or small enterprise. And you will get the payment. If it is due on 30, I'm telling you, you can tell your client, see here, this is the amount due. And if you don't make the payment as per the requirement, you will not be allowed deduction. This is what 43B has said about payment to micro or small enterprises, which is payable beyond. Clear, sir? Next point. Next point is 44AD, 44ADA. People think that 44AD is in the for the benefit of SSC. They are absolutely wrong. 44AD and 44ADA is for the benefit of the government, for the benefit of the department, not for your benefit. Because law, what does it say under 44 AD? You have to presume your income to be 6% or 8% as the case may be, even if it is less than 6 or 8. Even if it is less than 6, 8, you have to presume your income 8, and if you have income more than 8 or 6, you have to give that amount. Don't think pay 6 or 8 and you can earn 40% or 30% or 20% or even 1 rupee extra you have to earn. You have to show that. Otherwise it is 6 or 8. So whose benefit? It is not our benefit. It is their benefit. Less than 6, 8, either get your accounts, maintain accounts and get them audited. 6 and 8, you want to show 6 and 8 to be free from all that problem. Don't maintain books of account. Don't it? And if it is more than 6 and 8, you have to show more. People were asking me, sir, where are the accounts? Where we don't maintain accounts. How would they come? It is 6 and 8. Kindly note, your bank statement is not your account. They can ask for bank statement. Your investment is not your account. And very likely, this time, the Form 4 will have fund flow statement. Fund flow, from where the money came, for where the money has been applied, and if you are not able to give the source, Section 69 may be made applicable to you. We are not maintaining books of accounts, so 68 is not applicable. But 69 can be made applicable. Unexplained investment, tell us the source of this money. So don't take it. It is in your interest. Now what have they said? We want to more digitalize it. So if you receive during the year not more than 5% in cash, means minimum 95% of the money received is account pay check or digital receipt. Please note the turnover may be raised from 2 crore to 3 crore. Not in your interest, in the entire interest that they will get straight away 6% on 3 crore or maybe 5% maybe either this side, and they will get it. Now please note, if you are earning more, now professionals also, you presume 50%. Turnover limit was, gross receipt limit was 50 lakh. Raised to 75 lakh, provided 95% of the payment. 95% of the payment is in a mode other than cash. और आपको तो पता ही है, चार्टर्ड अकाउंट के पास तो सारी पेमेंट रिसीट बाय चेक ही आती है. Cash कहाँ आती है? I can't receive more than 10,000 in cash because he will not get deduction of the expense. 48(3) will be applicable to him. So more or less we are getting payment by check or account pay check or RT, whatever is it. Now you can presume your income to be 50% if it is 50%. But mind it, if it is more than 50, you will have to show more than 50. If it is less than 50, you will have to show 50 to opt for 44 ADA. I'm telling you, I'm warning you, there are many chartered accountants, they discuss with you, sir, we earn 50%, लेकिन हम तो 80% कमाते हैं, 50 पे टैक्स दे देते हैं. Not done. It is not possible. It is not possible. If you are earning 80, you will have to show 80. If it is 70, you will have to show 70. If it is 40, you will have to show 50. If it is 40, you have to show 50. But if it is more than 50, you are supposed to show that. Otherwise, take out the money from bank and convert into black money. What is the use of that money? So what I'm trying to explain, be careful, 44 AD, 44 ADA, limit although raised from 2 to 3 crore or 50 to 75 lakh, but mind it, it is minimum this amount, not the maximum this amount. Minimum is this much you have to show. Coming back next year. I don't want to take 44 double B and 44 triple B in your interest. It is not in your interest. Coming back. Sir, a new scheme has come down. A new trading activity has been done in Bombay Stock Exchange from October 2022. And the concept is electronic gold receipt, EGR. Like shares, you convert your share into DMAT and you go on trading the share. Now what has happened is electronic gold receipt. Convert your physical gold into electronic gold receipt by giving that gold to vault manager, approved SEBI vault manager. SEBI approved vault manager, give him the gold. He'll give you electronic gold receipt. 1 gram, 50 gram, 10 gram, whatever gold receipt you can take it. Now you can trade them on Bombay Stock Exchange at the moment, because National Stock Exchange is looking for it, they have not yet got it. But Bombay Stock Exchange, you do it. Whatever gain will arise or loss will arise, it will be called a capital gain. And there is a possibility now you want to reconvert electronic gold receipt into physical gold. Now, question is, when you are converting gold into electronic gold receipt, this appears to be a transfer. It is a transfer. Now, they have introduced section 47(7)(d), saying that conversion of physical gold into electronic gold receipt will not be called as transfer. So there is no question of any capital gain at this particular point of time. Secondly, reconversion of electronic gold receipt into physical gold will also not be called transfer. Now wait, you want to trade on electronic gold receipt. You want to sell that. You want to trade on that. Do it. But the question is, when you have to compute capital gain, two things are required. One is the cost of the asset, cost of electronic gold receipt, and second is the period of holding. Period of holding is to calculate long-term or short-term, and cost is for calculating the company. The question now says is, please note, section 242A says, they have been brought, period of holding. They said, if you want to sell electronic gold receipt, you want to trade on electronic gold receipt, period for which the gold was held will also be treated as the period of holding. Period for which gold was held. Period of gold plus EG of gold period, that will be the period of holding. What will be the cost? Cost will be the cost of the gold, which was converted into electronic gold receipt. Cost will be the cost of the gold which was converted into the electronic gold. Calculate the tax and pay the tax, whether it is short-term or long-term. It is up to you to do that. Whenever you want to reconvert the electronic gold receipt into that, that will not be regarded as transfer. Coming to the next point. Sir, people are very clever, and we too are. People are claiming deduction of interest on house property under section 24B. They claim. They are also claiming deduction under chapter 6A relating to repayment of loan or relating to registration charges, etc. They all pay that. They are claiming deduction under chapter 6A, they are claiming deduction under 24B. But when they want to sell that property, they are adding the interest and the cost of acquisition. They are adding the registration charges in the cost of acquisition, although they have already claimed deduction on that. So now they have said under section 48, provided that cost of acquisition or cost of improvement will not include the interest which you have claimed as deduction or any other expense which you have claimed deduction under chapter 6A. Because you have already claimed it, how can you claim double deduction, one at the time of expense, another calculating the cost? So they have done away with it. Coming to the next point, sir. Section 54(F). People are making lot of money under 54. You sell a house property, buy another house property, within a period of 1 year or 2 years after the date of transfer or construction of the house property within a period of 3 years, the entire capital gain so invested is exempt. You know that, entire capital gain so invested. You keep on selling many properties, you do it. And फिर क्या करते थे? फिर second property आई, hold it for 3 years, sell it, earn the capital gain, only invest the capital gain. Index card you can take back home. People were minting money under 54, rich people. How can you? Now they have said, well, look here, sir. We are continuing with 54. I'm not saying anything. Any long-term capital gain from the transfer of a residential house property will be exempt to the extent, all that. But the maximum amount of capital gain which will be exempt shall be limited to 10 crore. 10 crore. I'm saying it is not assessee wise. It is per property, 10 crore. If there is a property, 50% belongs to you, 50% belongs to your wife, or maybe your brother, each will get a benefit of exemption of 10 crore. Each will get a benefit of exemption, because each is the owner, part of, he joint owner, so he will get also 10, she will also get 10 crore. This was very simple. Now try to understand. We have 54F. sell anything other than residential house property. But it should be a long-term capital gain. This long-term capital gain shall be exempt, proportionate to, the word is proportionate to the net consideration price so invested in the purchase of a residential house property within 1 year before or 2 years after, or in the construction of a residential house property within a period of 3 years, provided on the date of transfer, you should not own more than one residential house property. Yahi hai, sir. Invest. I'm giving an example. Please try to understand with the example, then only it will be clear to you. Suppose I have sold shares for rupees 18 crore. And I had earned a capital gain, or let's say 9 crore on that. 9. Let us say 10 crore on that. 18 crore, 10 crore. वो कहेंगे ऐसी इन्वेस्टमेंट हमें भी बता दो है वो अडानी वाली नहीं है अभी वाली तो है बट अडानी वाली थी it was there it is only temporary which is not there and it will come back no doubt don't worry what I am trying to say on the sale of share of 18 crore you have made a profit of long term capital gain of 10 crore what was the requirement if you want to claim full exemption of 10 crore please invest 18 crore in the residential property. So what do you used to say? Long-term capital gain into amount invested divided by the net consideration price. That is 10 crore into 18 crore divided by 18 crore. 10 crore exemption. But if you invest 15 crore, so 10 crore into 15 crore divided by 18 crore. If you invest 12 crore, 10 crore into 15 crore, 12 crore divided by 18 lakh. If you invest only 10 crore into 10 crore divided by 18 lakh. If you invest 8 crore, 10 crore into 8 lakh divided by 18 lakh. 18 crore. But now wait. Denominator will not change. That is 18 crore. Numerator amount invested will be either 10 crore or less than 10 crore. Numerator will either be 10 crore or less than 10 crore. So, if you invest the whole 18 crore, still 10 crore multiplied by 10 crore divided by 18. If you invest 15 crore, 10 crore multiplied by 15 crore divided by 18. If you invest 12 crore, 10 crore multiplied by 12 crore multiplied by 10 crore divided by 18. If you invest 10 crore into 10 divided by 18. If you invest 9 crore, 10 crore into 9 crore divided by 18. The numerator cannot be more than 10 crore. It can be less than 10 crore, but numerator cannot be more than 10 crore. Is this clear, sir? It is this way you have to remember, it is easier. Denominator remains the same. Net consideration price, 18 crore. Numerator above was the amount invested. Here, the numerator will be amount invested or 10 crore, whichever is less. Clear, sir? This is 44F, which is coming to picture. Another point now. There is a new concept called market-linked debentures. New items are coming in stock. Market-linked debentures. They are not carrying the fixed rate of interest. They have an underlying asset as in equities. And they keep the interest which they get on market-linked debenture keep on changing. People were thinking if it is long-term capital gain, we will pay tax 10% because debentures are not liable to indexation. So we can pay tax at 10% long-term. Wait now. They have said in the case of market-linked debenture, please note, it will always be treated as short-term capital asset. It will always be treated as short-term capital asset. Difference between the sale price minus the cost will be taxable under the head capital gain. But short-term meaning thereby full tax. This is the new concept of market-linked debentures. Another thing, we have section 55 giving that goodwill of a business, right to carry on a business, right to manufacture, right to produce article or thing, loom hours, tenancy right. If it is self-generated, the cost of acquisition of self-generated assets is nil. That is nil, and you calculate the capital gain on this. Otherwise, Srinivasa Shetty may come that the computation provision failed, they have said it is nil. The question came out, what about other intangible asset? Or what about a right which is not covered above? Since if you want to sell that intangible asset which is self-generated, you have not said that it is nil. There will be no capital gain. So now they have said under 55 that the cost of acquisition of intangible asset or any right which is not covered above shall also be taken as nil if it is self-generated. If it is self-generated. So that point is also made clear to you. So I am coming to now the next point. I have done this. एक ही आदमी मुमकिन था जो कर सकता था. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. 80G2. There is a section called 80G donations. And 80G subsection 2 clause A, subclause 2I, subclause 3IB, and 3ID have been omitted. किसी को समझ में आया? They have been omitted. पार्लियामेंट में भी समझ नहीं आया, इसलिए कोई बोला ही नहीं. लेकिन कौन से ओमिट हुए हैं? जवाहरलाल नेहरू मेमोरियल फंड, इंदिरा गांधी मेमोरियल ट्रस्ट, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन. Now, if you make any donation to these three institutions, you will not be eligible for deduction. मैंने सोचा पार्लियामेंट में शोर नहीं मचा. अरे मचे तब जब समझ में आया. वहां तो लिखा 80G subsection 2 clause A, sub clause 2I, sub clause 3IC, sub clause 3ID has been omitted. मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आया था तब. तो घर जाके पढ़ा कि ये कौन से तीन थे, तो उनको कहां से समझ में आया होगा. Are you getting my point? और अब तो डिस्टर्बेंस ही चल रही है JPC वाली. Let's see when this will come up. लेकिन कर तो दिया सर. 3 names. Say why should there be a name? It should be Prime Minister name or Chief Minister. Why this particular name given for that? Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, Indira Gandhi Memorial Trust, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. No deduction allowed to you. Now, if you make any donation on or after 1st April 2023, जो देना अभी दे दीजिए, बाद में नहीं मिलेगा. Are you getting my point? This is the new thing which has happened. He could do it. I don't think anybody could else do it. Done away with. Coming to the next point, sir. I told you in the beginning, the government is in intention to do away with the old regime. They want to come out with a new regime. But some or other, they knew that there will be a pressure. So, old regime will continue, but new regime will be given preference. All benefits have been given to new regime, absolutely no benefit to the old regime. Now try to understand a very important point I am telling you, sir, you must know. Section 115 BAC, subsection 1, was relating to new regime, which was from assessment year 1st April 21-22 assessment year. And you were told that in case of an individual HUF, they will be liable to pay tax at the following rate if they want to opt for it. What? Well, first 2,50,000 nil, next 2,50,000 5%, next 2,50,000 10%, next 2,50,000 15%, next 2,50,000 20%, next 2,50,000 25%, and above 15 lakh 30%. ये कहा था, लेकिन कहा था we will not give you exemption or deduction. If you are a salaried employee, we will not give you exemption of house rent allowance. If you are a salaried employee, we will not give you an exemption of LTC, leave travel concession. If you are a salaried employee, we will not give you standard deduction. We will not give you tax on employment. If you are borrowing the money for the purpose of your own house, 2 lakh interest was allowed under 24B. We will not give you that deduction. And so many, we will not give you any deduction under chapter 6A. Either from 80C to 80U, the except deduction was 80CCD2 and 80JJAA. 80CCD2 is employer contribution. 80JJAA is employment purpose. No other. But you had to apply for it. If you wanted to go to new scheme, you had to apply before the due date of return under form number 10 IE, before the due date of return, that I want to opt for new scheme. Look here now. 194, 115 BAC1, subsection 1, discontinue. It will be applicable up to 31st March 23. That means up to assessment year 23-24. With effect from assessment year 24-25, that is from 1st April 23. Kindly note, individual, not only individual HUF, all individuals, HUF, AOP, other than cooperative society, body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, or artificial juridical person, they will all be covered under new scheme of payment of tax. No, it's not only individual HUF, even AOPs, other than cooperative society. Either body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, even artificial juridical person, they will pay tax at this rate. What is that? First 3 lakh, nil. Next 3 lakh, 5%. Next 3 lakh, 10%. On 9 lakh, tax is only 45. Next 3 lakh, 15%. Next 3 lakh, 20%. And above 15 lakh, 30%. Sir, on 15 lakh, the tax is only 1,50,000. Only 1,50,000, meaning thereby only 10% tax. And mind it, it is by default, you will be in new scheme. If you want to go for old scheme, you will have to apply in a prescribed form on or before the due date that I want to go for old scheme. Otherwise, by default, you will be in the new scheme. You will have to apply for that. And kindly note, one extra advantage, only one extra advantage, and that is standard deduction will be allowed to salary, as salaried employee, which was not there earlier. Extra advantage, standard deduction or family pension, no need. That is only 1/3 or 15,000. That is allowable, no other exemption reduction. Ab zara sun lijiye, please sun lijiye. You will have to work out every year. If you find old regime is beneficial, then please apply for that. No, to by default you will be in the new scheme. You will have to apply for it, and you have to take a decision every year. Work out on your basis whether you're beneficial, and 90% cases it will not be beneficial to go for old regime. 90% cases, I'm telling you, it will not be beneficial for old scheme, because if you are not borrowing money, then the 2 lakh is not there for purpose of housing accommodation. Baki to hai kya? ATC 1,50,000, 45,000 ka fayda hua. ATD 50,000, 30%, 15,000 ka fayda hua. ATTT 10,000 or ATTTB 50,000. Aur kya hai? What else you will be able to get it? HRA nahi milega agar salaried hai. Agar salaried hai to wo to milega na. But wait, मेरे जैसा आदमी सोचेगा कि मैं क्यों वर्कआउट करूंगा, मुझे एक और एडवांटेज मिलता है, आज बोलूंगा तो निकल जाएगा अगली बार. ATQQB, author gets an deduction of 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh into 30% works out to 90,000. So I'll have to work out whether I want to go to old scheme or I want to remain here. I'll have to work out. But you, if you are not an author, you calculate. Most of the time, if you have not taken a house, loan for housing accommodation for self-occupied, it will be better to go to old scheme. And new scheme. And new scheme you need not apply. Mind it, please. एक बहुत important बता रहा हूँ. If you are carrying on business and profession, forget about the old up to 31st March 23. Now in 23-24, if you are going to carry on business and profession, please note, make an application if you want to go to old scheme. But once application given, you will remain in old scheme. You will be allowed to come back only once in lifetime. Whenever you come back in the new scheme, you cannot go back. I am talking about person who are having income from business or profession. Take decision before the due date of return. That is return of 24-25. Take a decision. Would you like to go to old scheme? Yes, work out. What kind of idea? If it is sounds good, go there. But no need to apply again. You will remain there. In case of business profession, if you want to come back, So you have committed a mistake. I want to come back. Please come back. Apply next time. You will not go back. But all other cases, it is your choice. You want to continue, don't apply. By default, you are here. If you don't want to continue, apply. You switch to that one. Next year, you want to come back, don't apply. You are here. Apply, you go there. Don't apply, you are here. But in the case of business, it is not like that. Once you apply, you go there, and you will continue to be there, well, unless you come back. And once you come back, you can't go back. Please be careful about, because here most of you are professionals also. Please be careful. You have to take this decision. And then you are there. बाकी सब कुछ वही है. लेकिन बहुत हमारे पे आसान किया है कि जिसकी 7 लाख से ऊपर नहीं होगी, under new scheme, he will get full rebate of 25,000. He does not have to pay tax at all. Please note, अब जरा सुन लीजिए. If you are आप अगर 10-7 ही दिखाते हैं, हम नहीं दिखाते, जो भी दिखाते हैं. मैंने वर्ड बोला दिखाते हैं. प्रॉब्लम यह है, इनकम कुछ और होती है, दिखाते कुछ और है. If you are showing up to 7 lakh, you don't have to pay any penny of tax. But wait a minute. Sir, if your income is 7 lakh 1,000, you have to pay tax 25,100 plus 4%. Just an increase of 1,000 rupees in 7 lakh. You have to pay tax 25,100 plus 4% of 25,100. That is surcharge. Or what you call education cess. कौन सा law है ये? You increase by 1,000, you pay 26,000 rupees. What is this law? He will say, please take away 1,000, I don't need it. But he is not possible. He can't make a donation. He cannot get a plan. He has to work out on this. He doesn't get any exemption. तो वो तो कर मर गया. वो कहेगा मैं मर गया, 7 लाख 1,000 हो गया, I've gone. If it is exactly 7 lakh or less than lakh, no tax. If it is only 1,000 extra, 26,000. If it is 7 lakh, 10,000, 25 plus 1, 26 plus 4, 27,000 tax, and only 10,000 years old. What kind of a law is this? I had given them a complete statement that you work out on this way. Nobody will mind paying tax above. They will not plan. But now they can't plan. Earlier we used to plan that you make a donation. अरे 10,000 की donation दे दो ना, खत्म हुआ. You don't have to pay any tax. But now you can't do it. 80G is not allowed. 80. कोई chapter तो allowed ही नहीं. No exemption, no expense. I'm going to have a fight tomorrow, no doubt I have. But what kind of a law is this, sir? आप बेईमान बना रहे हैं. 7 से ऊपर हिलाना मत. या तो 8 तक चले जाओ. नहीं तो सारा ले लेंगे आपसे. What kind of a law is this? Arey, give marginal relief. Why can't you give marginal relief to that person that if he has earned extra 10,000, give him something and take away something from him? भाई 10,000 कमाया, चलो 3,000 ले लो, 7,000 रहने दो. ऐसे करते रहो, marginal relief ले दे देगा. अब 10,000 कमाया और कहेगा 26 दे दो, मर गया बेचारा. कमा के क्या करेगा सर? You made 7 lakh 10,000 and you cannot make any adjustment in that. For 10,000 you have to pay 26 plus the 4%, 27,000 rupees. He said, what is this 10,000? ये तो हाथ में नहीं लगाऊंगा मैं. But he has to take it. Are you getting my point? This kind of a law, I fail to understand why do they bring out that type of law. But this is going to be a big point. I'm telling you, people are going to have tough time if they are near 7 lakh. If they are near 7 lakh, they will not be, oh, ठीक है, business वाले कर लेंगे, बाकी तो मुश्किल पड़ेगी. But I'm telling you, you are telling them, go for some planning. You are telling them, go for some avoidance. It is not required. Clear, sir? This is 87A, which I wanted to tell you. Now, cooperative society, please, you have to tell me the time. I can continue for hours together, but you have to tell me the time when I have to close. Huh? 5:30. Okay. I have not taken charitable trust yet. Most complicated. End में लूंगा. तो आऊंगा. Coming back. Cooperative society were saying that look here, you have given a benefit to the manufacturing company by saying that you will be liable to pay tax only at the rate of 15%. 15% because you are a manufacturing company. What fault we have committed? We should also be given the same benefit. They've given the same benefit by inserting section 115BAE, that cooperative manufacturing cooperative societies can go for, if they are manufacturing company, if they satisfy all the conditions which are mentioned under same 115BAB. Similar conditions have been introduced in section 115BAE. Kindly follow these instructions. We will give you a benefit of taxation of cooperative society only at the rate of 15% instead of 22%. So, but only changes, they must set up cooperative society, new cooperative society should be set up on or after 1st April 2023, and they must commence their production by 31st March of 2024. You can go for 115 BAE, and क्योंकि आप BAE में जाएंगे, minimum alternative tax will not be applicable in that case also. Coming now the next point. Sir, people are, these days young persons are going for online games, and they are making money in online game. But there is no check, because there is no TDS on online game, separate. Although there is a section 115B, income from winning of lottery, cross-border races, card game, any other game, gambling or betting activity of whatsoever nature. But any other game, everybody is fixed. Now they are making money. They are not paying tax. Now they have introduced separate section 115 BBJ for taxing that income, and 194 BA for tax to be deducted at source. Now the question is that if you are winning from online game winning, you are liable to pay tax at the rate of 30%. But 194 BA says every person responsible for making the payment of online game will be under an obligation to deduct tax at the rate of 30%, and there is no exemption also, no threshold limit. Even you earn 10 rupee, the person responsible for making that payment will have to deduct tax at the rate of 30%. So no exemption, nothing. No exemption, nothing. First time मेरी लाइफ में आया, मेरे को पहले कागज आता था, तो उस पर लिखा होता था, समझ गया क्या लिखा होता था, तो एक बारी वो लिखा हुआ था KISS, तो मेरी वाइफ ने भेजा था, तो उसने कहा ये क्या लिखा है, इस ओवर भी KIS लिखा है, मैंने कहा लिखा कीप इट शॉर्ट स्टॉप इट, लेकिन इसमें लिखा कंटिन्यू विद 30 मिनट्स प्लीज, इसमें उल्टा लिखा है कंटिन्यू फॉर 30 मिनट्स, तो बड़ी खुशी हुई सर, आई एम हैप्पी टू बी ग्रांटेड 30 मिनट्स एक्स्ट्रा, एक्सटेंशन मिल गया मुझे, प्लीज चलिए सर, डोंट माइंड कमिंग बैक, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड सर. Under 194B and 194BB, you were supposed to deduct the tax at source if the threshold limit was 10,000 rupees for winning of lottery, crossword puzzle, races, horse race, etc. Now people were doing 10,000 per transaction. So if you have there two lotteries from the same person, 20, no details, no question. Now they say the amount, aggregate amount, 10,000. And if it is more than 10,000, you are supposed to deduct TDS under section 194B in that case, and 194B if it is a horse race. So वो भी कर दिया गया. अब आगे जरा सुनिए सर. सर सुनना पड़ेगा. दो बहुत important चीजें हैं. Excellent thing which has come, and we were begging for it. Try to understand this point is very important. I remember I got it done 5 years back. That was a different story. We were maintaining cash system of accounting. They were maintaining Merkle system of accounting. They used to deduct tax. And the law says you have to take the credit of tax in the year in which income is offered for taxation. So हमने concept लाया था carry forward of TDS and brought forward of TDS. हम करते हैं ना. When our tax has been deducted, payment has not been made, we carry forward that amount of TDS, and next year we bring forward the TDS and we offer it for taxation. Clear? अब देखिए, most of the cases, and particularly in the case of government, they are maintaining single entry system. They deduct tax only at the time of payment. they do not credit the bill. They make the payment at the time of payment. Suppose I have submitted a bill, I'm a contractor of the government, submitted a bill for 2 crore rupees for payment. I will show that income. 2 crore is my revenue. I will have to show that 2 crore as my revenue and pay tax on that 2 crore. But no tax has been deducted at source. So I have paid tax. After 1 year or 2 years, whenever the government made payment to me of 2 crore, they deducted TDS, let's say at the rate of 2%. 4 lakh TDS. And 2 crore pe aaya. And in my 26 years of 1 year afterwards, that will show 2 crore, 4 lakh. How to get credit of 4 lakh and how to save that 26 is showing an income, revenue of 2 crore, and I'm not going to show that in my return because I've already shown that in the past. That 2 crore is 26 years, the tax deducted at source is 4 lakh in 26 years. How would I get the credit? AO said, no question of any getting credit because you have offered your tax, you have offered your income 2 years back. And if you have offered your income for 2 years back, you have already paid tax. How can he give you credit today? There is no system of that giving credit. And this was happening day in, or sometimes let me say, there is a normal person, he forgot to deduct tax. And you received your salary, or whatever payment. You have to pay tax. If he has not deducted, you have to pay tax. You paid the tax. He knows that he will be allowed the 30% because he has not deducted the tax. 30% disallowance. So in the next year, or maybe in 2 years, he deducted the tax. And it says reflected in the 26 years of the next year. Since it is reflected in the 26 of the next year, but I cannot take credit of that because I have offered my income 1 year back and I have already paid tax. What will happen to this? हमने बहुत लड़ाई की थी इसके लिए. आ गया. Section 155, subsection 20. Section 155, subsection 20. There is income on which you have already paid tax. But subsequently, in a subsequent year, the tax has been deducted at source by the deductor. How will I get credit? He says, make an application under section 155, subsection 20 to the AO, giving him the detail that this TDS which is shown on 26 AS has been deducted now, but income has already been offered in the past. And I have already paid tax. Kindly rectify my assessment of that year. Rectify it. And please refund me the TDS which has been now deducted. And do not say under वो CPC में कि आपने तो income ही नहीं दिखाई है. वो तो कहेगा ना, there is income. We are not showing in 26 years. It is there and there is a TDS also. You apply it. He will, after satisfying himself, he will give you a hearing also. He will pass an order of rectification as per section 154 and give you the refund of that amount, which has been deposited or deducted later on. But make a point that you have to apply for it. Maximum time given application is 2 years from the end of the previous year in which it is deducted. ये उसके लिए नहीं किया गया 2 years from the end of the year. ये किया गया past cases के लिए भी कर सकते हैं 2 साल का. नए में तो उसी मत करिए ना apply. Why do you wait? Make an application. You are told that it is deducted and it is paid. You make an application, get it rectified. But made it, you can do it for last year also. Because 2 years from the end of the year. If it is deducted last year, you can do for that. If it is deducted earlier to that, you can do it. Make an application under 155.20 in a prescribed form which will come and you will get the refund. But only point which I don't agree is, they said you will get the refund, but the interest will be paid only from the date you made an application to the date when the refund is granted. You made an application. But I have paid tax already 2 years back. I have paid tax 1 year back. At least give me the interest from that date. Because I have paid tax. Now this is the extra tax deducted. They said nothing doing. हम तो उस दिन से देंगे when you make an application, चलिए interest ना मिले, principal amount तो वापस आया, and then 26 years we are showing, and then they will be putting you into difficulty that why this income is not shown, why this TDS is not taken into account. Ab wo nahi aayega. So 155(20) subsection 20 will come to a rescue of every person, particularly when the person responsible for deducting the tax does not deduct the tax in the same year, he deducts in some later year. Clear, sir? This is very, very important, and this is very good also. Next point. 142(2)(a), you know that there is a case of special audit which is done. Auditors are appointed for special audit by the Chief Commissioner also. All they say, if they find that there are volume of transaction, there is a lot of complication, they are not able to understand the accounts, complicity of accounts, they can appoint a special audit go for special audit. ये तो हमारा था. लीजिए, lobby किसकी चल गई. Now in that section they have introduced one more thing, inventory valuation. Although we have income and computation disclosure cell, ICDS, which is giving us how to value your inventory. Still they say, if there is some complication, if there is some volume of transaction, if there is not satisfied with the valuation, he can refer this for valuation to a cost audit, cost accountant for valuing that inventory. So cost accountant on the panel of the CIT will be appointed to go for valuation of manner as the report of special audit is done. So this is a new concept introduced from next year, section 142(2)(a), which was already there, now divided into part I for special audit, 2I for valuation of inventory by the cost accountant. विनोद जी, ये देख रहे हैं आप, हमें नहीं काम मिला है, कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट को मिला है. सबको अच्छा, कितने वासुदेव कुटुंबम, क्या कहते हैं उसको, सबको मिलना चाहिए, हमें क्या मिल रहा है सर? अच्छा चलिए, लॉबी हमारी कमजोर है. Coming back, sir, coming back. I am not going to say anything. This is a different forum. मेरे को जहां फोरम में बोलना होता है मैं बोल देता हूं. Coming back. Next point, sir. TDS. Before I take up 153 TDS, you know that earlier they had done away with the TDS on securities because they are listed securities, so there is no need to deduct TDS on listed securities. Under 193, now they are finding it difficult. They have brought back TDS on securities will be there under 193, even if they are listed securities. देखा कि वो पता ही नहीं लग रहा, they are not able to match, so they have brought back. आइए आगे चलते हैं सर. I have already told you for online game 194BA has been introduced. I have already told you. The point which are putting me into difficulty is 206C 1H. You know, under liberalized remittance scheme, you can send $250,000 to any person outside India. There is a scheme. Now try to understand. Earlier, you could do it. Now they brought the concept of TCS, and the rate of TCS was that if you are borrowing money for the education of your children or your own education, TCS rate will be 0.5%. If you have not borrowed money, but you have sent money for education and medical facility, TDS rate is 5%. Package tour, the TDS rate. Any other TDS rate was 5% beyond 7 lakh rupees. Now what have they done? TCS in case of medical, education, 0.5% remains the same, above 7 lakh. TDS in case of, if you have not taken a loan, 5% remains the same. But on package tour, TDS will be raised from 5 to 20%. 5 to 20% TCS. And for any other case, 20%. I have to send some money abroad, maybe of any nature. maybe donation, maybe maintenance of my persons, maybe of anything. Suppose I want to give, gift to my daughter settled abroad. मैंने कहा 1 crore gift दूंगा. पहले कहेगा 20 lakh रुपए जमा करो. 20 lakh TCS will be collected by the person who is going to remit 1 crore abroad, that you have to pay TCS 20 lakh on 1 crore. And that 20 lakh you will get credit only when you file your return of income, and if it is already more, then you will get refund. Are you getting my point? What a rate. 20% on any amount which is paid outside India. TCS. If you want to control it, can be 5%, 1%, 2%. After all, the information is there. Answer is, there had been, cases in the past where out of the money sent abroad, 70% persons who had remitted the abroad, they never filed return of income in their lifetime. 70% people had sent the money abroad without having filed any return in the past. जब उनको notice गए sir, 80% notice came back. Address was fake. क्या था? पासपोर्ट लेते हैं, पैन नंबर लेते नहीं थे. पासपोर्ट में change of address हो गया. Old address remains the same in passport for 10 years. You have shifted to a new place. They are looking for letter is sent there. They say not available, not available, not available. I said, I agree fully with you that this is happening. But at least if you deduct 20 or 10, what is the matter? Ultimately, it is coming on record. He said, हम सोचते हैं वो ना भी देंगे तो 20 तो आया. The purpose is different. They still want them to continue with that and pay 20% and forget about that. He said, 20 तो आ गया ना, उसकी तो कोई बड़ी नहीं. ठीक है sir, your outlook, I can't say, but this is too high. This is too high a figure of, and you are going abroad. चलो घूमने चलते हैं, 3 लाख रुपए का पैकेज टूर है, 60,000 तो पहले वो जमा कराइए TCS का, and then only you can take refund of that. Things are getting difficult day in, day out, I'm telling you. अब आगे सुनिए, अब मैं जो सुनाने जा रहा हूं वही सुन सकता है जिसको चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट के बारे में पता है. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, सुनिए सर. बहुत गलतियां कर रहे हैं हम, एंड नाउ वो भी कर रहे हैं. उनको भी कुछ नहीं आता था चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट का. हमें तो आता था थोड़ा बहुत, उनको तो कुछ भी नहीं आता. When we were redrafting, at that time we discussed a lot. I said, what are you doing? 1023C, 11, 12, 13. It is also for education. It is also for education. Look here, in 10, 20, 11, 12, 13, if you have to accumulate more than 15%, you have to submit Form 10. ठीक है ना? You have to submit Form 10. In 1023C, there was no requirement to submit Form 10. You had to just accumulate more than 15% and forget about it. In 1023C, even if you filed return of income late, you were given exemption. It was only in 11-12 you were supposed to file your return before the due date. In 1023C, आपको मैं बताऊं, there are so many things missing in 1023C. कुछ दिनों, corpus donation was not exempt in 1023C. Corpus donation was exempt under 11(1)(d). Then 2 years back, another 3 years back, one person was given only one work for 1 year to align the two sections, 1023C and section 11, 12, 13. Align kara sir, kitna? Section 10 clause 23C have 23 provisos. How many provisos, sir? 23 provisos. And under each proviso, there are explanations also. Explanation 1, explanation 2, explanation 3. बाद में याद आया, ये रह गई. Explanation 1A, explanation 1B. You look up section 10 clause 23C, it is 11 pages section. 1 clause 23C, 11 pages section, and the 23 provisos are there, and you keep on reading it, you will not understand anything. चलिए मैं इसको सिंपली करके समझाता हूं. आपको याद होगा एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट आई थी कि एक्सेस एप्लीकेशन कैन बी कैरिड फॉरवर्ड टू टेक इट एज एप्लीकेशन ऑफ द सब्सिक्वेंट ईयर. यहां से शुरू हुआ था. दे nullified this judgment, and they said no question, excess application cannot be taken as the application of the subsequent year. But they came out with a via media. First thing they said, voluntary contribution with a specific direction that it will form, provided it is invested or deposited in a mode given under 11.5. ये लिखा था, आप voluntary contribution, put it under 11.5, it will be exempt. But mind it, any amount spent out of this voluntary contribution, it will not be treated as application because it is already exempt. But then came out one more thing, that if you need money in the subsequent year, you take out the money from voluntary contribution. Take out the money. Use that for purpose for which you require. But please pay back that money to the corpus fund. We will give you application in the year in which you pay back the money. Refill your corpus, we will give you the exemption. ये कहा था उन्होंने. अब जरा ध्यान से सुनिए. अभी भी यही कहा है, लेकिन अब 3 conditions लगा दी. 3 conditions have been imposed. You will go mad reading those conditions. First thing they said, any up to 21 will not be allowed to you. Before 1/4/21, whatever you have done will not take it as application. Second point, you will have to satisfy 6 conditions. 6 conditions before, or you can't violate this condition before you apply the corpus fund. 6 conditions are that in that year in which you apply the corpus fund for application, number 1, you cannot make donation for corpus donation. You can't make a corpus, not a problem, we'll do it. Number 2, all the provisions of TDS should not be violated. Should not be violated. 40 IA will go with it. Number 3, you should not make payment of more than 10,000 in cash or by check. That is 48(3). वो भी नहीं होगा. 3 point हो गए. 4 point, excess application of the last year will not be allowed. 5th point, that if you don't expend money for the benefit of the person referred to in section 13(3). 6th point, application should be in application will not be allowed on due basis, it will be allowed on cash basis. पहले तो ये 6 conditions satisfy करना. And now, kindly see to it that whatever money you have withdrawn from corpus should be paid back to corpus within a period of 5 years. Earlier there was no time limit. Suppose you have withdrawn 1 crore for the corpus. 1 crore is with you. Now pay back this 1 crore within 5 years. If you are able to pay only 60 lakh within 5 years, 40 lakh you have not been able to pay, we will not treat it as an application at all. We will not treat it as an application at all. This is the another change which has come. Now please try to understand the another change, and very, very important change. Please try to understand now. You know, you have to file your return of income on or before the due date, which is 31st October. You have to file audit report under Form 10B or 10BB 1 month before the due date, that is 30th September. But the law says you have to file Form 10 for accumulation of more than 15% on or before the due date under 139(1). Sir, अगर मैंने Form 10 October में file किया, audit report I am giving on 30th September, how will I certify that the amount has been accumulated as per the law? It is not possible. ये तो उनको सोचा नहीं. Last year तो you have brought it 1 year before, 1 month before. Now they have said, please note all of you, Form 10 will have to be furnished at least 2 months prior to the due date of return. That is 31st August 2023. This is applicable from this year only, assessment year 2024-25. So please, assessment year 23-24. Please file your Form 10 by 31st of August if you want to accumulate more than 15%. Nahi to, you will not be able to accumulate more than 15%. Similarly, we file 9A form. 9A is, there is an income which has been taken into account, but it is not actually received. I will apply this income in the year in which I receive it, or year following that. There also it was supposed to be filed on or before the due date of return. Now they have said, please file 2 months before the due date of return. Otherwise, how will CS certify that it is a deemed application, because you have given an undertaking under Form 9A. So 9A will give you the benefit only when it is filed 2 months prior to the date of return. That also is applicable from assessment year 23-24. Be careful about that. Another point to be kept in mind, ये बड़ा interesting point है, सुनने वाला है sir. I make a donation of 1 crore to another trust. It is called application if I have given out of the current income. It is application. Now wait a minute, sir. Suppose this year my receipts are 3 crore. 3 crore receipt. From 3 crore, I will be able to accumulate 15%. Allowed. So 3 crore minus 45 lakh, 2 crore 55 lakh. I donate 1 crore to other trust. What is left is 155. And if I spend 155, I have no problem. वो कहता गलत है. You have made a donation, you have taken 15% benefit here. That person receives it, he also makes a donation and takes the benefit of 50%. He also makes a donation, takes the benefit of 15%. That means you are trying to avoid the law by accumulating 15% and you are not paying any tax on that. They say, look here now, when you make a donation of 1 crore, we will not treat it as 1 crore. We'll treat it as if you have applied 85 lakh. As if you have applied 85 lakh. Although he is receiving 1 crore, but our application will be 85 lakh. Now he has received 1 crore. If he spends that, okay. If he wants to donate, then also his application will be 85 lakh. Meaning thereby, accumulation of 15 lakh will be only once. It cannot be planned out that you keep on doing this way and make out a money out of it. Clear, sir? This is also a very important point which I wanted to tell you about the trust which they have brought. Another point, very important, is you have to apply 1 month before the commencement of the previous year, relevant to the assessment year, for which this is sought. Registration is sought. उन्होंने कहा देखिए, ये provisional registration you get for 3 years, then you get permanent registration. You have to apply for regular registration within 6 months of the commencement of activity. Now they have bifurcated into two parts. If the commencement of activity has not taken place, you can apply 1 month before the previous year, commencement of the previous year relevant to the assessment year for which it is sought. But if the activity has already commenced, then why for provisional assessment? Go for regular assessment. Apply for regular assessment. We will call for all documents, etc., and will give you regular assessment for a period of 5 years. But mind it, before the date of application, you cannot claim any exemption or anything of that nature. So ये नया law और आया सर. मैं आगे चल रहा हूं, तो मैं एक चीज आपको बताऊं कि इनकम टैक्स में अभी तो आया है. We have a full right to give post-budget memorandum, and the institute does give the post-budget memorandum. We have a full right to criticize the law at this stage. Once it is passed, then we have to accept whatever it comes to you. So my humble submission to all of you is, read it, give your suggestions, and you can give suggestions why whatever thing you are doing, you know better about that. You are master of everything. Please find out if you can give it to the institute, nothing like it. Otherwise, I'm always available. You can ring me up, give me the suggestion. I will see to it that it goes to the right. और सुनते हैं, लेकिन देर में सुनते हैं. पहले वाला ज़्यादा सुनता था. समझ में आ गया मैंने क्या कहा? But I'm telling you that the time has come that you have to be very clear in your mind, no hanky-panky thing, pay tax and enjoy your life. It's not the time. We have really worked very hard to do our CA exam, CA. And we were not meant for doing any other thing. So now things have come to a conclusion that it is a digital economy, and in digital economy, they have lot of information about you. Tons of information available with them about you. Every information is available. You may not be knowing, and they know about you. You may be not knowing, they know about you. And kindly note, now they are going to take action on that. So be careful, tell your clients, don't go for anything, and be fair to the game, and you will enjoy the life, and particularly we will also enjoy the life. Why should we take the burden of the clients on us, and they give it a notice to us, and they go to sleep? Now tell them, please wait it, all the provisions have to be followed, otherwise you will be put into difficulty. अब ये जो 9 महीने का पीरियड किया था for completion of assessment under 153 वापस ले गए 12 months. जो 139(8)(a) का किया था 9 months from the end of the previous year in which it is return is furnished, वापस ले गए 12 months. जो बोला था if there is a search or there is a requisition and there is a case pending, or if there is a money bullion or jewelry found for other person and it is a case pending, they have taken extra 12 months to complete the assessment. 12 plus 12, 24 months now will be there. So my point is, there are so many points still left, but at least you should also read and come back, and please note, we don't have much time. You give your suggestion better to the institute. It is a different story. To me is a different thing altogether. But they will listen to the institute. They may not listen to me. पहले मेरी सुनते थे, अब कम सुनते हैं. समझ आ गया मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूँ. So please, thank you very much for the patience.
Thank you so much, sir, for that session. Your depth of understanding and your ability to present in such an interesting way, I am sure definitely produced one of the most memorable sessions on the union budget. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your stimulating views on the union budget 2023. I would now be requesting CA Chandrasekhar V. Chitle, sir, to kindly felicitate our speaker, CA Dr. Girish Ahuja, sir, by presenting him a memento as a token of respect and appreciation. Can we please have a great round of applause, please? And now I request C.H. Chandrasekhar V. Chitle, sir, Chairman of the Direct Tax Committee, to kindly give a vote of thanks to this session.
Thank you, Dr. Girish Ahuja ji, for wonderful disposition of the subject, that is Finance Bill 2023. Sir, in Parliament, the budget session, as far as presentation of budget is concerned, it ends with the speech of the Honorable Finance Minister, and thereafter it goes for deliberations. But for Chartered Accountants Fraternity, this budget presentation continues till we have heard you, Dr. Ahuja ji. Then only we conclude our understanding about the finance bill. Sir, in your presentation you have stated that whatever suggestions we want to make to the government for the purpose of considering amendments to this finance bill, the proposals made, I think this is the time that we should make it. And also, once the law is enacted, thereafter we have to educate the stakeholders in compliance of the provisions which are then enacted. Sir, in this, both this regard, Direct Taxation Committee of your institute has made some program. So I invite all the professionals to make the suggestions to be included in post-budget memorandum, which we shall be making in a week's time to Honorable Finance Minister and the Central Board of Direct Taxes. And Ahuja ji is our brand ambassador. in explaining those provisions to these authorities so that most of them may be incorporated before enactment of the Finance Act 2023. And we are confident, sir, with your good offices, number of suggestions would be incorporated therein. Regarding the second aspect that you discussed about the post-budget, once the Finance Act is enacted, thereafter we have to educate the stakeholders. So Direct Tax Committee has also decided that once the Finance Act is there, we will also come out with a booklet explaining provisions relating to the Finance Act where the changes have been made. Sir, for this pre-budget memorandum, we have noted certain points from your discussion. As far as valuation of inventories is concerned, we have noted that a particular profession has been entrusted the responsibility. We have also noted that the government has a separate profession called valuation or the professional valuers. There are a number of chartered accountants who have qualified as valuers by passing the examination. So Direct Tax Committee is considering that in place of a particular professional, the professionals which have been specifically trained for the purpose of valuation, namely the registered valuers, they should be given this opportunity of doing valuation. As far as provisions of 43B is concerned and the attendant difficulty in tax audit report, that also we will try to educate the industry and let them also represent. Being a trustee of a charitable trust has become uncharitable, let us try and explain the government that the charitable trusts are doing, discharging the functions which otherwise the government was supposed to do. So be little more charitable to charitable institutions. Of course, while we are considering provisions contained in this finance bill, we have not forgotten of one provision which the industry has reservation, and that is in the form of Section 36(1)(5)(a) about employees' contribution to Provident Fund. If there is 1 day delay and for life, the opportunity to get deduction is forfeited, and that delay may not be entirely attributable to the organization. It may be some problems in computer system that he is not able to make those payments. So friends, on these two aspects, we would certainly invite your suggestions. Friends, as far as the government is concerned, it wants us to understand these provisions of finance bill thoroughly well. If there are still any issues which you are having, maybe they have given us 15 more minutes. The minister wants us to have more deliberations. So this another lease of time is available. Sir, as far as section, I will start with one on 43B. Maybe we can, in the meanwhile, ask audience also to get ready with their issues. Maybe we have another 10 minutes. We can take benefit of presence of Dr. Girish Ahujaji in elucidating certain points. Sir, you explained about section 43B, the new proposal, that under section 15, if you are making payment beyond that MSME Act, if you are making payment beyond the time permissible under that Act, then it is liable for disallowance. And also that proviso for the purpose of making payment till the due date for furnishing of return of income is not available. Sir, in this behalf, as our auditors, it is noticed that maybe on 31st of March, provision for audit fee will be made, and then maybe audit would be concluded in the month of June, July, August, and the bills would be issued. As far as the term for making payment under MSME Act, it starts from the date of issuing bill. So in that case, professionals would be issuing, the provision will be made, say 1 lakh rupees on 31st of March, say 2024, and thereafter the payment will be made somewhere post issuing the bill, let us assume that in the month of August, and if bill is issued on 10th of August and the payment is made on 20th of August, whether that would qualify for deduction, that is one question which the profession would be facing. If there are any other issues, maybe you can come out with those issues, maybe for 10-12 minutes we will have those deliberations with Girish Ahujaji, and thereafter we will conclude.
The point is, he is asking me that there is the companies provide for audit fee, but we have not rendered services. So what about that? That will that be under micro small enterprise that the payment is they have provided and we have not submitted the bill? That is the point you are saying. I am going to take up this point tomorrow. There is a lecture for all over India on commissioner and above, where law framer and I am going to be there, and we are going to discuss this point. But let me tell you, services have not been rendered, so that some payable is not there. You have so although service is rendered, how can they take it as due? But at the same time, either the clarity will come or they will come out with circular or something like that. Wait, you have to wait for some time, sir. Chalo, sir, aa jao kal. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Ahujaji has going to attend some other meetings, so let us conclude at this juncture. Whatever issues you have with you, maybe give us in writing and we will take them up. Honorable Speaker Dr. Girish Ahujaji, my colleague in council, CA Dr. Rajkumar Adukiaji, my another council colleagues, CA Dr. Raj Chawla, who is supporting me as a Vice Chairman of Direct Taxation Committee, CA Anuj Goel, who is supporting me as Chairman of Peer Review Board, my colleagues on Regional Council, WIRC, other regions, from Pune branch council colleagues and other branch colleagues, and all of you who are going to receive these awards at the function which is now slated, and all of you professional brothers and sisters. It's indeed a pleasure to have you amongst us for the purpose of this presentation by CA Dr. Girish Ahujaji on Finance Bill 2022. You must have heard the disposition by Girish Ahujaji, and many of your doubts have been clarified. Of course, as I stated earlier, if there is anything which you feel that has not been clarified or it needs representation on both these aspects, you can send us your queries or your confusions and representations at dtc@icai.in. We will try to address all of those aspects in an appropriate manner. So with this, I thank the faculty in absentia, CA Dr. Girish Ahuja, and all for the purpose of delivering a brilliant lecture as usual, and for all of you for attending this particular presentation and making this a grand success. Thank you very much.
And with that, we successfully conclude our first CPE program, and I request the dignitaries on dais for their efforts. Thank you, sir. And now I would be requesting our AV team to kindly play the video we have about the ICAI over the years. So can we please have that on? I request all of you to please remain seated as our chief guest will be here any moment and will resume with the program.
Information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME. A vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas. A role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a statutory body set up by an Act of Parliament in 1949, has resolutely upheld the tradition of service before self, imparting world-class accountancy education and producing competent professionals in the service of nation. Today, the four letters of ICAI have truly become synonymous with independence, competence, accountability, and integrity. We are extremely proud to be referred to as a partner in nation building and also as an important pillar of the economy.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The alphabets CA are an embodiment of trust and integrity. CA professionals continue to be the navigators for enhanced financial governance. In the growth of the Indian economy, the chartered accountants have continued to play a stellar role. Strong bedrock of professional expertise, integrated with professional ethics, has catapulted the brand Indian CA.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
Over its journey of several decades, the ICAI has always been partnering in the initiatives for nation's development and inclusive growth. As our country celebrates the 75th year of its independence as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it is important for the CA provision to envision the path to be followed ahead. As president of ICAI, I am convinced that if there is one profession which is an integral part or almost coexistent with the growth of the economy, then it is the profession of chartered accountancy. Today, we take pride in being recognized as a partner in nation building and pillars of economic growth.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
A major focus area of ICAI activities is well-being of students. We believe that this can only be possible by providing the students the best infrastructure, educational opportunities, and exposure that would improve their skills and mold them into excellent professionals. This has been ensured through the state-of-the-art IT labs at more than 150 locations, training them in soft skills and providing CA students first-hand feel of corporate culture in the form of industrial training. We also ensure that the CA curriculum keeps pace with the requirements of the changing times.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
While concentrating on the present, we also have to set our sight on the future of our profession, that is, our students. Our endeavors have been to align the Indian accountancy education with the emerging imperatives which are in line with best global practices. This will ensure that the future generations acquire multidimensional abilities to counter all sorts of challenges. An all-encompassing and experience-rich education, combined with practical training, value-added soft skills, and personality development is our priority. These intangible aspects are vital for a 21st century chartered accountant, whether in practice or in industry.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review, and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
Chartered accountants are multidimensional professionals who are looked up to for their sound ethical and professional values that are encouraged by the Institute. The ICAI, being a regulator of the CA profession, also facilitates to help the members to improve themselves and conquer new frontiers. At ICAI, we have a robust disciplinary mechanism and a system to constantly enhance the audit quality, through the peer review, taxation audit quality review, audit quality maturity model, and financial reporting review board. All these initiatives help us to improve the quality of professional work rendered by our members.
Our vigilant and foolproof regulatory mechanism makes a strong foundation for our profession's credibility. The Institute has paid special attention to ensure that our regulatory mechanism remains vibrant, robust, and effective.
Yes.
Keeping pace with changing economic scenario, ICAI not only performs statutory duties as a regulator of the profession of chartered accountancy by formulating accounting standards in keeping pace with changing economic scenario, but also has enforced the ethical values as enshrined in the Code of Ethics. Keeping in view the earnest need of digitalization, ICAI has digitized the entire disciplinary process to make it more robust, responsive, and transparent.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
ICAI, the second largest accounting body in the world, has established number of chapters, representative offices and overseas offices, helping the Indian accounting profession to reach different parts of the world. We have successfully reached our international stakeholder community through a number of MRAs and MOUs with various accounting bodies. Almost all international accounting bodies today acknowledge our role in the growth of accountancy profession. Today, our profession has attained an enviable height. Indian CAs are recognized and appreciated worldwide for their knowledge, expertise, acumen, and work ethics. ICAI is working diligently towards enhancing the capacity, growth, and quality of the profession through technology, research, knowledge, infrastructure, and practical support to bring about greater integration of the Indian accountancy profession with global imperatives.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources, and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Since its formation on 1st of July 1949, the Institute has grown many folds. Today, it is the second largest accounting body in the world, having 5 regional councils and 166 branches in India. It has 44 overseas chapters and 33 representative offices. We are present in 77 cities and 48 countries of the world. Our success is not only because of our size, but because of the respect we command.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work.
I request our audience to kindly take your seats. We're just beginning with our program. I request our guests in the front to please take your seats so that we can begin with our program. Please karo mic. I once again kindly request everybody to please take your seats so that we can begin with our official program. To all the members standing up front, I request you to please take your seats. I once once again request all the members standing in the front to not take their pictures right now and take their seats. We have a dedicated slot for pictures. I once again request all the members, our audience, to please take your seats. We won't be able to start our program unless everybody in the front has taken their seats.
पेज की फोटो क्लिक कर लेता हूँ उसी सीक्वेंस में
Once again, I request everybody in the front to please take your seats so that we can begin with our program. I request all the council members in the front and other guests to please take your seats so that we can begin. Kindly take your seats so that we can begin with our official program. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the entire ICAI fraternity, I welcome all our extinguished dignitaries, our council members and invited guests to our 73rd annual function, which is indeed an historic moment. I will now take this opportunity to invite on stage our President of ICAI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra. Can we please have a great round of applause, please? I now invite on stage our Vice President of ICAI, CA Anil S. Talati, sir. Can we once again have a great round of applause, please? I now invite on stage our Secretary of ICAI, CA Dr. Jay Kumar Batra, sir. Can we have a great round of applause, please? And now I would like to invite on stage our NIRC Chairman, CA Naveen Garg, sir. I request CA Naveen Garg, sir, to please come on stage. Over a period of time, the ICAI has achieved recognition as a premier accounting body, not only in the country, but also globally, for maintaining highest standards in technical ethical areas. Since 1949, the profession has grown leaps and bounds in terms of members and student base. ICAI has a stronghold of more than 360,000 members and more than 7.9 lakh active students. ICAI has 5 regional councils and 166 branches all over the country, and 44 overseas chapter and 33 representative offices in 77 cities of the world, spanning across 47 countries. With that, before we commence with our official program, I request everybody to kindly rise for the ICAI motto song. I once again request everybody to rise for the ICAI motto song.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 Pursho nirvimanaha Adena shukram brahma Tadevamritamucchate Tasmin lokaha Sarve tadunatyavikashchan Etadvaita 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 Etadvaita.
I would now be requesting our dignitaries on stage to kindly join us for our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. And with that, I would now be requesting CA Dr. Jay Kumar Batra, Secretary of ICAI, to welcome our audience with his address. Can we have a great round of applause, please?
our most valued invited guest of the day, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, in absentia because due to his session, parliamentary session, he is about to reach the venue. Our Honorable CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, President ICAI. Our Honorable CA Aniket S. Talati ji, Vice President ICAI. Respected government nominees, all distinguished Central Council members, past presidents of ICAI, past Central Council members of ICAI, chairman and the members of the Managing Committee of Regional Councils and branches and overseas chapters of ICAI, the officials from the government and other professional bodies, students and their proud parents, friends from media, and all distinguished members of ICAI. I welcome you all here at the 7th annual function of ICAI. As we all know that ICAI is a statutory body established by the Act of Parliament under the Chartered Accountants Act 1949. And during its sagest journey of more than 70 years, now ICAI is recognized as the second largest professional accounting body in the world, serving more than 3,60,000 members and more than 7,50,000 students across India, across the globe, through its 5 regional councils, 167 branches, 44 overseas chapters, 33 representative offices in 77 global cities of 47 countries of the world. ICAI is always committed to bring paradigm shifts in the accounting profession by undertaking path-breaking initiatives. Since its inception, ICAI is working with the support of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and as a partner in nation building, it is working hand in hand with the government for the economic development of the country. And this annual function is the day when we recognize the significant achievements, new initiatives which were taken, which were incurred during the year. This annual day, we recognize the contributions of our regional councils, branches, overseas chapters for their efforts they have put in towards the members, towards the students. In addition, at this occasion, we also appreciate the efforts of our examinees who have excelled hard, who have toiled hard, and they deserve the appreciation at this great occasion. I welcome our Honorable President Sir, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, our Honorable Vice President Sir, C. Aniket S. Talati ji, Sirs, and I also welcome NIC Chairman Naveen Garg ji. Sirs, your benign presence is always a source of motivation for all of us, because when you are present, it gives all the officials of ICAI the kind of courage, the power, the energy to work beyond our capacity. We work like that. Since motivation is there, we always feel proud, we always feel motivated to work towards the achievement of the vision
and objectives of ICAI. So I welcome you here, sir. I also welcome all the past presidents of ICAI, distinguished Central Council members, the government nominees, all the branches, and regional councils, chairmen and managing committee members who have traveled across the country and who have come here to be a part of this joyous occasion. With these words, I welcome you all. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, and I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now today, at this very moment, on the occasion of the 73rd annual function of ICAI, we would now be releasing various publications. I request our team to kindly play the video. Another feather in the hat of ICAI is that ICAI has recently launched a call center. To tell us all about this, I will now invite on stage our Central Council member, CA Preeti Savla, to please come on stage and tell us all about it. Can we have a great round of applause, please?
Thank you very much. And let me first, very respected President ICAI, CA Dr. Debashis Mitraji, very respected Vice President ICAI, Sri Aniket Talati ji, dignitaries on the dais, all past president, council members, and very senior members, and dear friends. At the outset, let me tell all of you that this opportunity has been given to me instantly. Actually, we have already prepared one video, but due to unavoidable circumstances, we are not able to present that video at this moment. And I have been told to intimate all of you, and I'm very happy to convey all of you that we have now ICAI call Sahayata. Lot of calls come to us as a council members, whether region or the central council members, that some of the issues of the students or the members are not sorted out and there is no communication system. And that is why in the beginning of the year, we have thought that we should have such a ICAI call center, and with a great motivation, support and inspiration from our Honorable President Sir, and very great inputs from our Vice President Sir, and all the group members. I would say it is the equal efforts of entire group of ICAI called Sahayata, that with the support and with the initiative and the great efforts of all the group members, we were able to launch this ICAI called Sahayata within the shortest possible time, and the number is 9975. And friends, the queries in relation to the we have had done more than 100 meetings in this last 6 months for putting up this call center, and we have compiled more than 1,100 FAQs, which are the general issues and the queries of the members, students, and the aspirant chartered accountant students. And these FAQs are all there, put up on the website also. And the number, as I already told you, 9975. And this call center is working Monday to Saturday, morning 9 to evening 9. And all these queries at present, more than 75,000 queries have already been solved. And I hope this will go a long way and support all the members, students, and the stakeholders at large. Thank you very much to the council and our leadership for taking up this initiative and having built up this ICAI called Sahayata. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for telling us all about the call center. Our chief guest will be here any moment, any second with all of us here. I can sense the feeling of excitement and the gleaming faces of joys. We have with us meritorious students who have secured such ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our chief guest. Can we have a great round of applause? Our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ajay Ram Meghwal, our Minister for State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, has graced us with his presence. I would now be requesting our President of ICAI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir, and Vice President of ICAI, CA Anil Estelati sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today's function with a memento, bouquet and a shawl. Our Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal sir. He is retired IAS officer, social worker, farmer, educationist by profession turned politician from Rajasthan. He was first elected to the Lok Sabha in 2009, representing the Bikaner constituency, Rajasthan. He was also awarded the Best Parliamentarian in 2013. Once again, a great round of applause, please. I would now request the man of distinct vision, an idol of knowledge and experience and inspiration to all of us, President of ICAI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir, to kindly address us all. Once again, a great round of applause, please.
Our permanent friend, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Union Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture. And when I say permanent friend, I mean it in every sense of the term. The Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Aniket Talati, the Secretary, Jay Batraji, Navin Garg, the Chairman in IRC, all my council colleagues who are sitting in the front row, the representatives of the branches, the regional councils, the overseas chapters, to all of you, a hearty good evening and welcome on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So many words have been said about the Institute, about which you already know. Right? So today, if you have seen the memento that we have given to Sir today, if you have seen it very closely, it is the Garuda, the eagle. And I am fascinated by Garuda, let me tell you. Everywhere, the first chance I get, I project Garuda, the eagle. And I was telling Sir, that Sir, we are giving you the Garuda, the eagle. 1949, and that was the time when the Institute adopted this emblem of Garuda, the eagle. And to all of us, Garuda represents that fearless streak in us, that streak of being innovative, that streak of being in a position to face all challenges. And, you know, first of all, let me start speaking about ICAI. The other day, I was in Abu Dhabi chapter, and we have a lot of representatives from Abu Dhabi here. And what I saw when they started the program was one huge, you have seen the motor song being played in which you have seen the Garuda, the eagle flying, right? But what I saw there was a huge eagle flying across the screen. And the size of the eagle was bigger than the size of the eagle that we have shown in our motor song. You see, then when I saw that eagle fly across, and the fascination for the eagle even in the overseas chapters, I realized that our time has come. Because our time to be fearless and innovative have really, really come. Today, we are celebrating being part of the ICAI family. Now, ICAI family is 167 branches, the 5 regional councils, the 44 overseas chapters, the presence in 77 cities of the world. That is, we have all heard everything. Yesterday, I was part of a special ICAI family, the family of employees. And let me tell you, yesterday, there must have been about 500 or 600 people in Noida. The kind of response that I and the Vice President got at that time, the kind of love that was showered on us, the kind of feeling, the kind of emotion that they had for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India touched our hearts and our minds. And we knew that our family has really, really grown. And our family now includes these people. Today I was addressing another family of ours, that is the council. We had a council meeting in the morning. And let me tell you, I said when I was addressing this council, that this council is a special council because under the leadership of this council, we could organize the World Congress of Accountants. सर आपको सुन के अच्छा लगेगा और शायद आप मैं बीकानेर में भी था तब आप शायद थोड़ा लेट करके आए ये बात आप सुने नहीं The World Congress of Accountants had a delegate strength of 10,000. And when we were, still, that was the COVID time, March, April 2022, and IFAC was saying, can you go ahead, will you be in a position to attract such huge number of physical, delegates? They said, should we make it totally virtual? We said, have faith in us, and the institute will live up to your expectations. IFAC had faith. And what we showed IFAC was a strength of 10,000 delegates, both physically and virtually. Delegates, 2,000 delegates from outside India. From 120 countries of the world. 40 sessions. 150 speakers. 95 stalls, and 4 days of World Congress without any glitch. Yesterday, I was, day before yesterday, I think I was speaking in Abu Dhabi, and I was said that I have a big smile on my face. And the smile on my face is because the way we have performed in recent times. We believe that because of this World Congress, our time has come. And when I and the council members and the vice president, we visit the foreign countries, the foreign chapters, the kind of respect that we get, let me tell you, is unimaginable. And also in India. The other day, a small branch which is not represented here, called Latur, L-A-T-U-R in Maharashtra, must be having about 200, 250 members. I and the vice president were there for the Bhumi Pujan of their branch premises. And everybody held our hand and said, thank you for the World Congress. I said, did you go and visit? Did you see the World Congress? They said, no, sir, we did not see. But we hear from every corner of the world and from our relatives who are staying abroad, who are chartered accountants, that the World Congress has really, really made us proud. That today we can hold our head high and feel that we are really a global leader as long as the accountancy profession is concerned. Place like Latur, feeling like this. Let him move away from the World Congress and take you through a happening that has happened, something which was thought very impossible for 70 years and which we managed to do. The results on January 9th, the exam committee of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India sat down to declare the results of the intermediate and final examinations. This was also a moment when the exam committee had to take a call as to whether we follow the flight of Garuda the eagle and be fearless and innovative by declaring both the results of the intermediate and the final together on the same day. We were told, ladies and gentlemen, in the meeting, it has not been done in the past? And we were told that if 6 lakhs, 7 lakhs people access your site, there is every possibility of the site crashing. And if you crash, if the site crashes, all your bravado that you are showing, thought of declaring the results, both the results together, will all go. The exam committee, the vice president, they said that let us go ahead and do it. 10th, I signed the results at 9 o'clock and started praying. Looked at the WhatsApp, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 10:45, 11 o'clock in the morning, the site did not crash. And we had created history by declaring both the results together for the first time in the history of the institute. And it is because of this kind of feeling of all the council members who are sitting here that the Supreme Court of India had stated that if you want to know or learn how to conduct examinations, learn it from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the kind of faith the Honorable Supreme Court of India has on our examination system. I'm talking about examination. And I know that sir is in a hurry because the parliament is in session. और मैं सर बहुत ज़्यादा बोलूँगा नहीं, मैं आपके सर सामने बहुत बोलना चाहता हूँ just to show that how much we are, what we are doing. But मैं जानता हूँ सर आपके हाथ में टाइम बहुत कम है. MSME यात्रा सर आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा सुन के. MSME सर आपका बहुत करीबी सब्जेक्ट है. What we did was we got a bus and popularized MSME, and the bus went, visited 75 cities in 75 days. When we started that, we did not realize that it will catch on, and this idea that we have given about MSMEs will catch on. As the bus entered Himachal Pradesh or Sikkim, the governor of Himachal Pradesh was there to receive the bus. We knew that here again our idea has worked. And then we were told, can we put this, whatever you have done, as part of the India Book of Records? Because you have done something very fantastic. So we are doing this. Career counseling. I'm now more into moving to students. The institute has decided that har ek district mein will have a career counseling. And what happened was this, the career counseling committee on 2 days, they had mega career counseling program in which they targeted more than 1,60,000 students. The result, we were part of the Asian Book of Records for having done so many career counseling programs. The Board of Studies decided that we want to be a leader as long as education is concerned. On the 6th and 7th of January, the Board of Studies got vice chancellors, deans, heads of universities from more than 25 states in Delhi. And the Board of Studies told them that we are having more than 8 lakh students. When they heard this, they said, 8 lakhs? That's a huge number. And we told the vice chancellors how we can contribute towards a uniform commerce education in India. And we were joined in this program by the Association of Indian Universities, by the UGC. And we knew that our time for being the leading educator in India has also come. Sustainability. Somebody said that, Mr. President, it is time that you talked to Standards on sustainability developed by other foreign bodies, you try to adopt. My argument was, why should we adopt? Because we are the leaders in sustainability. I was in Sydney University, Melbourne also, they had come today, recently. They were talking to me. I said, sustainability standards we have developed. Today, the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, which was set up way back in 2020, is also talking about ESG talk shows. We are giving a nudge to the profession to move from financial reporting to non-financial reporting. अगर प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब मेघवाल साहब बोल रहे हैं G20 के लिए, one earth, one family, one future, they're saying that. हम लोग बहुत पहले से बोले, अभी हम लोग का एक P नहीं है, 3 P's are there: profit, people, planet. We have been talking about people, we have been talking about the planet for such a long time. And we are very, very happy that India is the leader in G20. And today the council in the morning took a decision that an X amount of money will be spent by us to popularize G20 all over the world. Sir, आपको सुन के अच्छा लगेगा, हम लोग आदमी काउंसिल में, मैं आपको अंक नहीं बताना चाहता, but we decided that हम लोग इतना खर्चा करेंगे to popularize G20. मोदी जी का जो सपना है, देश का जो सपना है, उसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे सर. That's what we have done. In a book titled The Trusted Advisor, the two authors of that book tried to define what is trust. And for us, trust is so important. And the two authors are saying, trust is the sum of credibility plus reliability divided by self-interest. Credibility plus reliability divided by self-interest. हम लोग प्रोफेशन को बोल रहे हैं, जो ऊपर में जो न्यूमरेटर जो है ना, दो शब्द क्रेडिबिलिटी एंड रिलायबिलिटी, उसका ऊपर ज्यादा जोर दीजिए. जो न्यूमरेटर, जो डिनोमिनेटर है, जो शब्द सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट, उस पर थोड़ा कम कीजिए, क्योंकि फॉर अस it is always nation first. That's what we are. That the nation, the interest of the nation is always first to us. 3 words, those of us are serious here. The aroma of the 3 words, and I have bored so many people by my lectures, but I still would like to say that the aroma of these 3 words, independence, excellence, integrity, always, I enjoy the perfume of those 3 words. I enjoy being immersed in the essence of those 3 words. And I know that the profession will go very far, because the commitment of the profession to those 3 words, the importance of these 3 words, still remains very, very strong. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to be an Indian. And I am also proud to be the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you for your kind presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Through your fearless leadership, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has surpassed so many benchmarks at a global level. You are a source of inspiration to all of us. And with that, I request once again a great round of applause, rather a standing ovation for our President of ICAI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra. Now, to carry forward the legacy of ICAI, we will now present a surprise coffee table book to our President, and I will be requesting our Honorable Chief Guest, our Minister, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, to please present it to the President. I once again feel very extremely honored to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture. So you hardly need any introduction. You have made all of us proud by your distinguished work in numerous capacities. So now I would be requesting you to kindly address our audience. Can we have a great round of applause, please?
ये देवाशीष मित्रा जी जो हैं, ये मेरे को 1 महीने में 3 प्रोग्राम दे देते हैं जी। सी इंस्टीट्यूट गई, एक इन्होंने कहा बीकानेर में आना है तो मैं बीकानेर गया, एक इन्होंने कहा किशनगढ़ में आना है तो मैं किशनगढ़ में भी गया, और फिर इन्होंने कहा हैदराबाद भी आना है तो मैं हैदराबाद भी गया। अब ये बताइए, 1 महीने में कोई केंद्रीय मंत्री किसी इंस्टीट्यूट के 3 प्रोग्राम में जाता हो किसी के प्रेसिडेंट के कहने से, तो वो प्रेसिडेंट हमारा कितना खास होगा जी, ये बताओ तो सही आप। बहुत शानदार कार्यकाल आपका रहा देवाशीष जी। मैंने कई जगह ऑब्जर्व भी किया, कई जगह देखा भी। अब जो नए आपके प्रेसिडेंट आ रहे हैं, अभी तो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, बन ही रहे ना शायद। कोई डिनर वगैरह रखा है आपने क्या? हमेशा राजेश शर्मा जी कहाँ गए, डिनर पे बुलाते रहते हुए। इनका डिनर कब है? 12 तारीख को। तो बहुत जल्दी इनका डिनर भी होगा, और अनिकेत जी भी बहुत अच्छे आपके प्रेसिडेंट्स मुझे लगता है साबित होंगे। पहले से शुभकामनाएं दे रहा हूं मैं इनको एडवांस में। मैं बहुत से ऐसे पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट को जानता हूं जिनसे मेरा बहुत नजदीक का रिश्ता रहा। मेरे ख्याल में नीलेश जी आजकल आते हैं कि नहीं आते हैं? कैम्बी सोनी ना, हाँ देखो ये हाँ भर रही है। उनकी बेटी की शायद डेथ हुई थी जब वो प्रेसिडेंट थे, तब वो मुंबई सेटल है क्या? ये थोड़े पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट का भी पता लेते रहो भाई आप लोग, कौन क्या कर रहा है, क्या स्थिति है, कैसे है। राजेश जी आपका काम है, ड्यूटी है आपकी। कहाँ है वो आजकल? मुंबई है। हम बात करेंगे इनसे। फिर मेरे ख्याल में नवीन गुप्ता जी भी रहे क्या? रहे। हाँ, अतुल गुप्ता जी भी रहे। हाँ इधर बैठे ना, हाँ ये बैठा अतुल गुप्ता जी, मैं देख रहा था। अतुल गुप्ता जी भी रहे। साजेर साहब कहाँ है? प्रफुल्ल जी, वो आज आए नहीं, वो भी रहे। अच्छे दोस्त हमारे। निहार जम्मू सरिया जी, आप कई बार लाए हो उनको घर पे। तो ये एक लंबी फेहरिस्त है कि ICAI इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ हमारा नाता बहुत गहरा रहा है। लेकिन 2 ऐसे इवेंट हैं जिनको मैं हमेशा याद करता हूं, और मैं ये कहता भी हूं कि वो दोनों ऐसे इवेंट, अतुल गुप्ता जी आपके पीरियड में ही थे ना वो, वी केयर। आपके ताली बजा के स्वागत करो इनका। अभी G20 का मोटो है या विजन है, कुछ भी कह दीजिए, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। ICAI इंस्टीट्यूट में जब अतुल गुप्ता जी थे, तब इन्होंने एक प्रोग्राम हाथ में लिया। मुझे बुलाया था आपके हेड ऑफिस में, एक प्रोग्राम हाथ में लिया कि जो CA 75 साल से ऊपर के हो गए, उनका एक बेटा था इंग्लैंड चला गया। कुछ ऐसे CA परिवार थे जिनका एक बेटा था कीनिया चला गया, किसी के ऑस्ट्रेलिया चले गए, किसी के दोनों ही बच्चे कहीं सेटल होकर कहीं और चले गए। वो अकेले रहते हैं फैमिली में, कौन ध्यान दे? ये एक बड़ा विषय इनके सामने आया। ये मानवतावादी दृष्टिकोण भी रहा इनका एक ऐसा केयर करने का सिस्टम भी रहा। तो इन्होंने जो वी केयर करके एक इंस्टीट्यूट शुरू किया। और कौन जाते थे जी उनके पास? कि जो नए CA थे वो ही जाकर के कहते थे कि आप हमारे फादर के समान हैं, आपकी मैं क्या सेवा कर सकता हूं। एक सीए ने तो ऐसा मुझे टेलीफोन करके कहा कि मंत्री जी आप हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में गए हो, इतना सुंदर प्रोग्राम है ये कि मुझे कभी पहले दवाई लानी होती थी तो बड़ा मुश्किल होता था, किसको कहूं, पड़ोसी को कहूं। आजकल कुछ ऐसे शहर भी हो गए ना, पड़ोसी भी कि मैं क्यों करूं आपका काम। तो ये जो सीए तो हमारे साथ आपने लगा दिए ना, ये हमें टेलीफोन भी करते हैं, और हमारी दवाई का कोई काम है या इमरजेंसी है उसमें काम करते हैं। और उन्होंने एक चौपाई सुनाई, हालांकि तुलसीदास जी की चौपाई है वो, लेकिन अब कई जिले आजकल कुछ लोग ऐसे विवाद करते रहते हैं। तुलसीदास जी की चौपाई क्या है, उन्होंने सुनाई जो पुराने सीए थे जिन्होंने, उन्होंने कहा आपने इतना अच्छा काम किया है और उस समय कभी तुलसीदास जी ने सोचा। मैंने कहा क्या साफ चौपाई, उन्होंने कहा धीरज, धर्म, मित्र और नारी, आपत्काल परखिए चारी। इनका इमरजेंसी में पता चलता है। मेरे कई मित्र थे जिनका कई काम किया, लेकिन अब मैं दवाई मंगाता हूं तो कोई मेरे पास खड़ा नहीं होता। ये जो अतुल गुप्ता जी ने काम किया, जिससे वो नया सीए जाकर के कहता है कि मैं आपका लड़का हूं, आपको दवाई चाहिए क्या, मैं ला कर देता हूं। ये फ्रेटर्निटी है साहब जो आपने डेवलप की। कभी इस फ्रेटर्निटी का जिक्र कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंबली में डिबेट के समय हुआ था कि देयर मस्ट बी 3 पिलर ऑफ आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस। One is liberty, second is equality, and third is fraternity. So fraternity is a very important component in a human life. तो जो आपने यहां शुरू किया, मुझे बहुत से लोगों ने धन्यवाद दिया, तो मैं इंस्टीट्यूट को भी बधाई देता हूं और मैं चाहता हूं उसको कंटिन्यू करो आप। बीच में कोविड के समय कुछ थोड़ा बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस आया होगा, लेकिन कंटिन्यू करिए। 2 विषय आए अभी, G20 का विषय आया। G20 में आपको पता ही है कि करीब 43 कंट्रीज के लोग आते हैं। G7 भी इसमें सम्मिलित है जी, और कुछ डेवलपिंग देश जिसमें अर्जेंटीना, इंडोनेशिया, इंडिया, ये मैक्सिको, ऐसे साउथ अफ्रीका, ऐसे डेवलपिंग देश भी है। कुछ स्पेशल इनवाइटी हैं। ऐसे करके 43 कंट्रीज के जब पर्यावरण मंत्री आएंगे, सेक्रेटरी आएंगे, आपके कल्चर मिनिस्टर आएंगे और वो संसार के लिए एजेंडा सेट करेंगे। G20 की मीटिंग 3 दिन की होगी, कहीं भी होगी। अभी तक 20 इवेंट हो चुकी है और बहुत अच्छी खुशबू है उसकी कि भारत ने बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था की है। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि G20 में सीए इंस्टीट्यूट कहीं न कहीं जुड़ रहे हो ना आप? हाँ, कहीं न कहीं जुड़े। आपका नाम भी उस इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे पहुंचना चाहिए कि ICAI ऐसी इंस्टीट्यूट है जिन्होंने हमारी कहीं न कहीं किसी न किसी रूप में मदद की, और वो लोग भी याद करें। आप चाहे इकोनॉमिक फोरम वाले में जुड़ जाएं, चाहे आप ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत वाले में जुड़ जाएं, कहीं इन्वेस्टमेंट वाले इकोनॉमी में जुड़ जाए, कहीं जुड़े। और मैंने तो विदेश मंत्री जी से बात भी की है भी, इनको कहीं न कहीं जोड़ो। तो आपका एक चिट्ठी शायद चली गई है ना, आपने सेंड, यू हैव सेंड दैट लेटर। टुडे यू हैव टेकन दैट डिसीजन। आपको 2 जगह लेटर भेजना पड़ेगा, एक तो फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी के यहाँ और एक विदेश मंत्री के यहाँ। दोनों जगह लेटर भेजिए, फिर मैं परस्यू करूंगा। मैं आपको एडवोकेट बनकर के आपका काम करूंगा। क्या आप जोर से सिर्फ फीस दोगे कि फीस बिना फीस है? ऑनररी है भाई, ये ऑनररी काम है। मैं तो इसका इंस्टीट्यूट का ही पार्ट हूं ना। अब पार्ट मान रहे हो कि नहीं मान रहे हो? हाँ। तो G20 में आपका प्रेजेंस दिखनी चाहिए। देखिए, मैं फाइनेंस में था, MOS फाइनेंस, कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स भी मेरे पास था उस समय। मैंने आपकी प्रेजेंस एक बार देखी थी, बहुत अच्छी प्रेजेंस थी वो थी GST जब लागू हो रहा था। तो जगह जगह आपने टेबलें लगा करके लोगों को समझाया कि रिटर्न ऐसे भरी जाएगी, रिटर्न ऐसे भरना है, आपको नहीं तो पेनल्टी लग जाएगी। ये जो आपने टेबल लगा करके ICAI इंस्टीट्यूट ने काम किया और GST को समझाया, उसके कारण ही आज GST का कलेक्शन बहुत बढ़ा हुआ है जी। नहीं तो मुश्किल हो जाता जी। आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह से जीएसटी को समझाया लोगों को। एक अभी इसी साल इंडिया को जो प्रेसिडेंसी मिली है वो एससीओ मेंबर कंट्रीज की है। ये संघाई कोऑपरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करके है। ये सेंट्रल एशिया के कंट्री है, इंडिया, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान, किर्गिस्तान, इस तरह से। तो इसमें भी जो लोग रुचि रखते हैं, इसकी भी कई बैठकें होने वाली है, जिसमें काशी में भी होगी और जगह भी होगी एससीओ मेंबर कंट्रीज की, और ये भी बहुत अच्छा इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म है। तो इसमें अगर आप इससे भी जुड़ते हो, जो राजस्थान, पंजाब, हरियाणा से आपके जो सीए आते हैं, इवन गुजरात तक को आप जोड़ लीजिए, वो सेंट्रल एशिया की स्टडी में काफी मदद कर सकते हैं। आजकल सेंट्रल एशिया की स्टडी भी बहुत काम आ रही है। तो ये भी भारत का एक एजेंडा सेंड करने का सेंट्रल एशिया में, जिसमें रशिया और चाइना भी मेंबर है। तो ये एक G20 हो गया, एक एससीओ कंट्री हो गया। तो करीब करीब आप 90% देशों के प्रतिनिधियों से मिल सकते हो, ऐसा अपने पास इंडिया के पास अवसर आया हुआ है 2023 का। और एक अवसर और आया है, वो है इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट। तो आज भोजन कराएंगे मिलेट का या नहीं कराएंगे? मिलेट क्यों फायदेमंद है, इस पे कभी न कभी वर्कशॉप करो। और इसके लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा इसका प्रचार प्रसार होना चाहिए। ये हमारे लिए तो फायदेमंद है ही, लेकिन हम दुनिया को बताने चाहते हैं कि बाजरा फायदेमंद है, मक्का फायदेमंद है, रागी फायदेमंद है। हम दुनिया को बताना चाहते हैं कुट्टू फायदेमंद है। तो ये चीजें आप इसकी वर्कशॉप भी करें और इसमें भोजन भी इसका बनाने का रखें, तो मुझे लगता है कि आपका एक ठीक कार्यक्रम होगा। मुझे देवाशीष मित्रा जी ने कहा और मैंने सोचा कि बत्रा जी भी कह रहे थे, मैंने कहा है मुझे थोड़ी जल्दी, क्योंकि वहां शायद मैंने 7 बजे तक का ही टाइम लिया, टाइम हो गया है। तो कुछ और चीजें भी मुझे बोलनी थी, जैसे देवाशीष मित्रा जी को बोलनी थी, लेकिन मित्रा है अवार्ड भी देना है, वो भी टाइम रखना है क्या? तो मैं पुनः आपके इस एनुअल फंक्शंस के लिए बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई देता हूं, कितनी बड़ी संख्या में आप आए, और जिनको अवार्ड मिल रहा है उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, जिनको अवार्ड नहीं मिल रहा है उनको भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि वो मेहनत करें ताकि आगे अवार्ड मिले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, this goes without saying that the award. With that, we would now be beginning with our first award ceremony with the distribution of the Regional Council Awards. And the Best Regional Council, at the first prize, we have WIRC and SIRC jointly. I request representative from both WIRC and SIRC. I request only single representative from both WIRC and SIRC to please come on stage. Maximum 4 people can come on stage quickly from WIRC and SIRC. First, we can have WIRC on stage. Others to come as well. On the second position of the Best Students Association, we have SICASA. I request 4 representatives from SICASA to please come on stage. I now invite the Australia Melbourne chapter to also come on stage. Moving on to the category 3, which is up to 100 members. On the first position, we have the British Columbia Vancouver chapter. A great round of applause, please. I request the representatives from the British Columbia Vancouver chapter to please come near the stage.
Yeah, photographs can be taken after the chief guest has left. I request all of you to please take your seats for a couple of minutes. Members, I request you. Our foreign chapters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great pleasure and pride for me to perform the onerous duty of the Vice President and propose the vote of thanks for this 73rd annual function of the Institute. I propose a very, very hearty vote of thanks to the chief guest for today's function, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture. Let's give him a big round of applause. सर, आज पार्लियामेंट शुरू हुई इतने दिनों के बाद हमें जानते हैं कि आपकी कितनी जवाबदारी है, फिर भी आप यहाँ समय निकाल के हमारे साथ आए. As the President described you, you are a permanent friend of the Institute, and sir, we truly value your time that you have spent today. My vote of thanks to the Honorable President for leading us in this entire council year, the historic council year where we had the World Congress, to the entire office team led by the Secretary and all the officers who have performed throughout the year, Chairman NIRC, all the Central Council members whose publications you saw today getting printed, and more importantly, all that we have to share in terms of the achievements of ICAI, I think each council member has a huge role to play in achieving them. So I propose a hearty vote of thanks to all my central council members. But very importantly, sir, आज आपने कहा वी केयर, आपने MSME यात्रा की बात की, एशिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स में करियर काउंसलिंग की बात हुई. All of this is possible that we are able to do an MSME yatra in 75 cities. We are able to have a WeCare in every city of the world. We are able to do career counseling, and the aspiration is in 766 districts, we must have the ICAI presence. All of this can never be possible without the unsisted support of 167 branches and 5 regional councils, apart from the foreign chapters that we have. So my heartiest vote of thanks to all the chapters, to the regional council, to the branches. It has truly been an historic year with the MSME Yatra, with the Asia Book of Records for the Mega Career Counseling Program, the Institute of Social Auditors of India being established in this year, and today you saw the culmination of the ICAI National Call Sahayata Center, where we truly believe that grievances of every member and every student is important. We also, for the first time, organized a placement program for women CAs, launched the Sustainability Reporting Maturity Model 2.0, developed 16 social audit standards, as well as ESG reporting standards, got recognition for the CA course for PhD program, and finally, but most importantly, India and your ICAI was the host for the World Congress of Accountants, which has brought laurels to the entire profession of chartered accountancy. I once again propose a very hearty vote of thanks and request all of you to please acknowledge the presence of our honorable chief guest who has spared his valuable time and been with us this evening, Shri Arjun Ram Begwal ji. Thank you very much, sir.
I would once again like to thank our chief guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, for gracing us with your presence on this special occasion of the 73rd annual function of ICAI. I request all the Central Council members to kindly come on stage. And I request all other people who are standing here to please take your seats. It's adding to the chaos. It's making other people... Towards the end, I believe. Resuming back with the awards, I feel very privileged and honored to stand in front of you and acknowledge the achievements of our extraordinary students who have made both the institute and their parents proud by securing ranks in their final examinations and intermediate examinations. I would now be inviting on stage Shri Meet Anil, who has secured first rank. Can we have him on stage? Can you have a great round of applause for Shri Meet Anil, who secured the first rank and is being awarded the GP Kapadia, C. Arjun Kumar Jagatmaka Gold Medal, Parmeshwari Devi Janki Ballabh Dani Silver Medal, and the Ramchandra Singha Prize. I would next like to invite on stage Shri Akshat Goyal, who has been awarded the second rank. I now invite on stage Shri Akshat Goyal, who has secured second rank and is being awarded with the R.K. Khanna Past President Gold Medal, Shri R. Nambi Iyengar Medal, the Chandulal Kapuri Devi Silver Medal, the Kerala Verma Silver Medal, Shri P.N. Shah Past President Silver Medal, and the H.T. Kanabar Memorial Prize. A great round of applause, please. I next invite on stage Ms. Shrushti Kerbhai Sanghavi for securing the 3rd rank. And she's being awarded with we have on stage now Ms. Shrushti Kerbhai Sanghavi for securing 3rd rank. She's being given C. Giri Charitable Gold Medal, the R. Sivabhogan Gold Medal, Shri N. Rangachari Silver Medal, the T.C. Minakshi Sundaram Prize. A great round of applause, please. I now invite on stage Ms. Radhika Chautmal Beriwala for securing the 1st rank in the final examinations. She's been awarded the G.P. Kapadia Gold Medal, C.A. Arun Kumar Jagaratnaka Gold Medal, the K.V. Chandramoli Memorial Prize, the Ramachandra Singhi Prize, and S.S. Palve Memorial Award. A great round of applause, please. I would next like to invite on stage Shri Nitin Jain for securing the 2nd rank. A great round of applause, please. He's been awarded the R.K. Khanna Past President Gold Medal, Shri R. Nambi Iyengar, and Srimati N. Kanagalli Silver Medal, the Chandulal Kapuri Devi Silver Medal. Next, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Nivedita N. of Chennai. She's been secured 3rd rank, and she's been awarded with Shri N. Rangachari Silver Medal for the candidate securing the 3rd highest marks. Moving on to the intermediate examinations, I now invite on stage Shri Rajan Kabra for securing the 1st rank. Can we have a great round of applause, please? He's been awarded the G.P. Kapadia First President Silver Medal, Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize, the Suresh C. Mathur Prize, and late Shri S.M. Dugal Memorial Prize. I would next like to invite on stage Ms. Nishtha Bothra of Guwahati, who has been secured the 2nd rank in the intermediate examination. She's been awarded with the Shailesh Kapadia Silver Medal and Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize. On stage we have Ms. Nishtha Bothra. Next I'd like to invite Shri Kunal Kamal Hardwani for securing the 3rd rank in the intermediate examination. He's been awarded with Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize and Shri P.P. Guru Raja Upadhyay Memorial Prize. Once again in the intermediate examination, December attempt, I now invite on stage Ms. Kinjal Ajmera for securing the 1st rank, and she's been awarded with G.P. Kapadia First President Silver Medal and Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize. Securing the 2nd rank, I would now like to invite on stage Shri N. Yash Doshi of Chennai. He is being awarded with the Shailesh Kapadia Silver Medal and Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize. Now on stage we have Shri N. Yash Doshi for securing the 2nd rank. Moving forward, I would now like to invite on stage Shri Jatin Podar for securing the 3rd rank. Shri Jatin is being awarded with Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize and with Shri P.P. Guru Raja Upadhyay Memorial Prize. The award for the Best Lady Candidate of the Year in the IPC examination, I now invite on stage Ms. Preeti Nandan Kamath of Mumbai. She's been awarded with the S.R. Bartley Boys Silver Medal with Gold Century and Manisha Tiwari Memorial Award. Can we have a great round of applause, please? Next, I would like to invite Shri Challa Yashwant of Srikakulam, who has been awarded the 1st rank in the IPC examination. He's being awarded with the G.P. Kapadia First President Silver Medal and Shri Sultan Chand Memorial Prize and K.C. Khanna Prize. Can we have a great round of applause, please? Do we have on stage Shri Challa Yashwant? In the Information Systems Audit Assessment Test, I would now like to invite on stage CA Purva Guruprasad Chube of Thane, who has secured the first rank. Can we have a great round of applause, please? We now have on stage CA Purva Guruprasad Chube. In the old syllabus, in the Information Systems Audit Assessment Test, I now invite on stage CA Neeli Jain for securing the first rank. Can we have a great round of applause, please? Once again, in the Information Systems Audit Assessment Test, I now invite on stage CA Siddhesh Sridhar Daftari for securing the first rank in the new syllabus January 2022 attempt. Moving forward to the Insurance and Risk Management Technical Examination, I now invite on stage CA Jyoti Thomas of Nilambur for securing the first rank in the exams. Can we have a great round of applause, please? I next invite on stage CA Vinita Fansalkar for securing the first rank in the International Taxation Assessment Test and she is from Pune. Can we have a great round of applause, please? I would now like to invite on stage CA Deepthi Sethia of Mumbai, who has secured first rank in the International Taxation Assessment Test December attempt. We now move forward to the branch awards, and the best branch of regional council in the mega category at the first prize we have Indore. I request the representatives from the Indore branch to please come on stage. I request the representatives to limit themselves to a maximum of 3. If at all possible, I request you. On stage, we have the Indore branch for winning the first prize in the mega category of the best branch of regional council. A great round of applause, please.
ये जो पब्लिकेशन होगा ना, उसके पहले कौन सा ICAI कौन सा है?
ये कब करना है?
पब्लिकेशन के पहले.
पब्लिकेशन हो गया सर?
कब पब्लिकेशन का?
पहले ही स्टार्ट कर दिया था हमने, चीफ गेस्ट के आने से पहले.
On the second prize, in the mega category, we have Ahmedabad and Bangalore jointly. I request first Ahmedabad representatives to please come on stage.
ये ब्रांच अवार्ड के बाद क्या है?
पता?
सबसे बात कर लो.
एक बार पूछ लेती हूँ दीपक सर से. आप एक बार दीपक सर से पूछो.
Now on stage, we have the Ahmedabad branch for securing the best branch at second position in the mega category. Next, I invite the Bangalore branch, representatives from the Bangalore branch to please come on stage.
पब्लिकेशंस का दोबारा वीडियो चलेगा? फिर ये कह तो रहे हैं
इनका ये है लॉन्च ऑफ ICAI कॉल सहायता का.
तो वीडियो चलानी है.
वीडियो चलाना चाहते हो, पूछ के प्रेसिडेंट सर से पूछना है.
Moving forward to the best branch of regional council large category, on the first prize, we have the Ludhiana branch. I request representatives from the Ludhiana branch to please come on stage. Can we have a great round of applause, please? Once again, on the first position in the best branch of Regional Council large category, we have on stage the Ludhiana branch. The second prize goes to the Vadodara branch. I request the representatives from the Vadodara branch to please stay ready.
अनिल तलाटी नहीं अनिकेत तलाटी
अनिकेत ओह शिट सॉरी गलती से अनिकेत हाँ ठीक है ठीक है
अनिकेत तलाटी
Now on stage, we have on the second prize the Vadodara branch winning the best branch of Regional Council in the large category.
This is the Vadodara branch, right?
In the best branch of Regional Council medium category, on the first prize, we now have the Vijayawada branch. Can you have a great round of applause, please?
Yes, sir. काफी है अभी तो नहीं हाँ वो ही लोग लीड कर रहे हैं मैं तो बोल दूँ
On the second prize, we have the Agra branch, winning at the best branch of Regional Council at the second position, medium category.
आई बीइंग टोल्ड कि जल्दी करवाओ यहाँ पे या
अनाउंस हो गया इनका
नहीं हो तो चुका है वो तो नीचे वालों का भी गया पर नंबर नहीं आ रहा अभी वोटर बैंक दोबारा तो होगा नहीं
Once again, at Best Branch of Regional Council medium category, in the first prize, we have the Vijayawada branch on stage. Can we have a great round of applause, please?
आगरा
आप रेडी हो जाओ एकदम से करके निकल जाओ उनका भी अकाउंट भी होना चाहिए
पिक्चर्स अलाउड है पिक्चर्स बैकड्रॉप में पीछे डालने को बोलूँ या नहीं ना बोलूँ कि नहीं बोलूँ
I now invite at the second prize the Agra branch for winning the best branch of Regional Council medium category.
आगरा
Best branch of Regional Council in the small category at the first prize we have the Salem branch. I request the representatives to please be ready to come on the stage.
नहीं
तीन थर्ड बैग लेना है
आप लोग कौन सी ब्रांच से हैं? आप रिक्वेस्ट की, अभी तो मैंने कॉल आउट किया नहीं, अपनी नीचे आ जाएंगे। मुझे शादी तो कियोस्क और ट्रॉफी लाने में दिक्कत हो रही है। I request you all that after everybody is done,
Yes. Okay. नहीं पक्का एक ही क्लास में ओके बस चलो नीचे एवरीवन यस चलो नीचे
On the second prize, I now invite representatives from the Tirupur branch for winning the second prize in the small category of the best branch of regional council.
मोबला की पेन है
तो फिर कौन सा पेन?
मोबला का पेन है ब्लैक और विद गोल्डन दिस थिंग
Montblanc
golden cap, black pen,
ऑलमोस्ट इतना पतला नहीं है, थोड़ा मोटा है इस तरह का
what color is it?
ब्लैक कलर
Yeah.
with golden cap,
गोल्डन कैप नहीं, मतलब वो गोल्डन ये जो
उसका top,
ये वाला
golden top, gold top.
Okay, I'll make the announcement.
I request all other representatives to kindly step down the stage. After everybody is done with the awards, you will get a chance to come on stage and get the photographs done. It's adding to the chaos on stage.
Plenty.
In the best branch of regional council micro category, on the first prize, we have the Sivakasi branch. I request the representatives to please come on stage. And to all the other representatives on that side of the stage, I request you to kindly step down. And also, then there's a pen that is falling down here. It's a Montblanc pen with black color. If anybody finds it, kindly return it on the stage. On the second prize in the best branch of regional council micro category, we have the Bilaspur branch. I request the representatives from the Bilaspur branch to kindly be ready to come on stage. Do we have the representatives from Bilaspur branch over here? Moving forward to the best branch of Students Association in the mega category, on the first prize we have Ahmedabad and Pune jointly. I request representatives from the Ahmedabad branch to kindly be ready to come on stage. To just be ready and not go in the others frame.
Ahmedabad.
I request the Pune representatives to please be ready.
ये पुणे, आप पुणे से हो? पुणे से हो? अच्छा आप लोग पुणे. Okay, it's your turn now. आप लोग आगे आ जाओ. It's your turn. आगे हो जाओ.
Yes.
On the first position in the Best Branch of Students Association Mega category, we now have the Pune branch. At the second prize, we have the Bangalore branch in the Best Branch of Students Association Mega category. I request the representatives from the Bangalore branch to please be ready to come on stage.
काफी बचे हैं मतलब. Is this the Bangalore branch?
We are bothering you, but our joy is, you know.
I'm sure I get it. It's okay.
चलो बाहर अपना सेल्फी स्टैंड.
We now have on stage representatives from the Bangalore branch for securing the second prize in the mega category of Best Branch of Students Association. Once again, a great round of applause, please. In the large category of Best Branch of Students Association, at the first prize we have the Indore branch. I request the representatives to please be ready to come on the stage. We now have on stage the Indore branch for securing the first prize in the large category of the Best Branch of Students Association. At the second prize, I now request the representatives from the Coimbatore branch to please be ready to come on stage.
बहुत है सर. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9.
नेक्स्ट कौन सा बता रहे हो?
वडोदरा. अभी कोयम्बतूर है, फिर वडोदरा. तो धीरे धीरे आ रहे हैं सब अलग अलग जॉइंटली वाले हैं ना काफी. आगे तो स्टेज पे हैं, छोड़ नहीं रहे हैं. इसके बाद वोटर फंड से भरा होगा? नहीं कुछ नहीं. आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट फॉर आईटी नेशनल एंथम.
Is there going to be a ranker group photo or can the rankers come?
There's no such thing, but I can ask you all to come.
No. Half of us have already come.
You can just come if you want, after we're done with all the awards.
How many are there?
9 more people, 9 more kids.
In the Best Branch of Students Association Medium category, at the first prize, we have jointly Vadodara and the Aurangabad branch. I request representatives from the Vadodara branch to kindly be ready to come on stage.
कोई नहीं आया अभी पेन लेने
वापस थोड़ी देर में announce करते रहना
8 और बचे हैं 1
Next, I invite on stage the Aurangabad branch representatives to kindly be ready to come on stage. They have secured also the first prize in the medium category of Best Branch of Students Association. Also, if at all anybody finds a missing pen of Mont black in color with a golden scribble on it, please return it to the on stage. Please give it to me. It must be somewhere around the stage only.
Pune. I am a central branch.
I haven't called out Pune. I requested to meet.
Pune is already done.
Achha, so I requested to please step down.
One request, two branch names they can be made categories.
Yes. I have 3 mics. Okay.
I now invite on stage the Aurangabad. Aurangabad is done. On the second position, it's being shared jointly by the Rajkot and Jodhpur. I request the representatives from the Rajkot branch to please come on stage.
राजकोट
तो इसके बाद जोधपुर भी तो बोला होगा
अब होगा हाँ अब इसके बाद वो ऊपर आएंगे जोधपुर
Also sharing the first prize with the Rajkot branch in the medium category, we now have the Jodhpur branch. I request the representatives to please come on stage.
Found it? Lovely.
Thank you.
I'm glad so you found it.
In the Best Branch of Students Association small category, in the first prize we have the Ahmednagar. I request the representatives to kindly be ready to come on stage. I request representatives from Ahmednagar to please be ready to go.
इसके बाद 4 हैं अभी
On the second prize in the small category of the Best Branch of Students Association, we have Jalgaon and Siliguri sharing the prize jointly. I request representatives from Jalgaon to please be ready to come on stage. I now invite on stage the representatives from the Siliguri branch for being at the second prize in the small category.
कौन? मुझे या किसी और को?
उन्होंने तो कराया था तुम्हारा प्रोग्राम फर्स्ट वाला कुलदीप है ना, याद है?
फर्स्ट वाला कौन सा?
जब हमने वो
Moving on to the Best Branch of Students Association micro category, on the first prize we have the Anand branch. I request representatives from the Anand branch to please be ready to come on stage.
वो करनी है ना उसमें? नहीं, ये वाली वो जो मैंने आपको पर्ची दी।
On the second prize, I now invite on stage representatives from the Bilaspur branch for securing the second prize in the micro category of the Best Branch of Students Association. Can you have a great round of applause, please? On stage, we now have the representatives from the Bilaspur branch for securing the second position in the micro category of Best Branch of Students Association.
वो पूछने गए हैं प्रेसिडेंट सर से ना, वो आप ही का पूछने गए हैं ये। Yes, sir.
And with that, I also would now be there would be a launch of the ICAI called Sahayata. I would like our team to please play the video for the same. And I request all the other representatives to please step down from the stage.
आवाज नहीं है, साउंड साउंड।
वेलकम टू ICAI. ICAI में आपका स्वागत है. प्लीज सिलेक्ट द लैंग्वेज. फॉर इंग्लिश प्रेस 1. हिंदी के लिए 2 दबाएं.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully concluded our 73rd annual function. I thank you all for having come together and adding more grace to these celebrations. I request everybody to rise for the national anthem. And with that, I now invite everybody for high tea. I hope this association of ours continues and strengthens in times to come. Thank you so much.